Chapter 1044. The bloodlines in your body are a little complicated, but one of them has a strong life aura, so I need your blood. As Fairy Luli spoke, she waved her right hand again. In the next moment, a stream of water suddenly rose from the lake and rushed to her side, finally converging into a ball of water the size of a basketball. The immortal spring water here can be divided into 10 bottles of immortal spring water, which is equivalent to 100 years of lifespan. You can use the same amount of blood to exchange with me. Fairy Luli spoke again. Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Using his blood to exchange for the immortal spring water? One bottle for another, this was a great deal. The bloodline that Fairy Luli spoke of was probably the bloodline of the divine tree of life, and this amount of blood was simply a drop in the bucket for Yi Xian. Thinking of the preciousness of the immortal spring water, Yi Xian subconsciously asked, "Senior, can I exchange for more?" When he said this, Luo Luo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing this, Fairy Luli covered her mouth and laughed. "All right, 200 years it is." In the next moment, another ball of water formed from the immortal spring water. One shouldn't be too greedy. Yi Xian was already shameless enough to raise the price. If he did it again, he might provoke Fairy Luli's disgust, and it would be a tragedy if she directly snatched it. Alright. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly took out a crystal bottle from the super devouring space. This crystal bottle wasn't ordinary, it was enough to fill a lake. He began to bleed, and in order to express his gratitude, he even put in a lot of blood. It was quite strange. A spirit disaster expert actually relied on blood to live. Very good, this 200 years of immortal spring water is yours. Fairy Luli waved her hand, and 2 balls passed through the array and landed in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian took out another crystal bottle and put all the immortal spring water inside. 200 years of immortal spring water was only around 20 bottles, and Yi Xian only needed 1 bottle to open the Eye of Eternity. Your vitality has exceeded my imagination. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Fairy Luli sighed, then took the crystal bottle thrown by Yi Xian and said, "If you still want the Fountain of Youth, then go to the forest to collect it. The Fountain of Youth in the colored glass dreamland will go through the cycle of heaven and earth and turn into rain. However, you only have 1 day. After 1 day, the glazed mirage will close. Once it closes, you won't be able to leave." "Thank you, Senior." Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked her. He knew that Fairy Luli had gotten what she wanted, which was his blood, so she had to close the illusion. Then, Fairy Luli floated into the distance. Yi Xian watched as she slowly flew towards the small island in the center of the lake. There's an egg there? At this time, Yi Xian found an oval egg in the middle of the island in the middle of the lake. The egg was about 1 meter tall, but he could not see through the eggshell, so he did not know what was inside. Immediately, Fairy Luli poured his blood on the big egg. Is she going to use my blood, which contains the breath of life, to nurture this egg? Yi Xian suddenly remembered the things listed by Fairy Luli, all of which had the effect of prolonging one's life. He felt that he had suffered a loss. Although his blood was endless, his blood was very important to Fairy Luli. If he asked for too much, Fairy Luli should agree. After all, there was a whole lake of Fountain of Youth here. However, experts were temperamental. If he did that, maybe the grass on his grave would be more than 1 meter tall next year. Ding! The host has opened the Eternal Eye. The moment the system beep sounded, Yi Xian felt a chill in his eyes. Now, the heavenly eye was finally fully opened. Now even if my heart and eyes are pierced, as long as my eyes are still there, I won't die. Yi Xian was overjoyed. At that time, in the life and death battle, he could deliberately reveal his weakness and exchange lives with his opponent. Who would have thought that his weakness was his eyes? Moreover, both eyes had to be destroyed at the same time. After opening the Eternal Eye, Yi Xian directly swallowed 3 bottles of Fountain of Youth. In an instant, he saw his lifespan increase by 30 years. Previously, when he was in true energy disaster, he forcefully used the Dragon Catcher hand twice, which left him with only a few years of lifespan. However, at that time, his realm was too low. If he used the Dragon Catcher hand again, although he would still overdraw his life force, it would definitely not be so much. Simply put, Yi Xian could now use the dragon catcher hand again, which was a killing move. Good, this is really good. Yi Xian's confidence was off the charts. After all, this was a divine ability. If he could use the dragon catcher hand previously, even if Feng Wuchen was not seriously injured, he would not be afraid. The Fountain of Youth can only be used 3 times. Let me try again. Yi Xian tried to swallow a little more of the Fountain of Youth, but found that it was still effective. What? It's still effective? Didn't you say that it can only increase my lifespan by 30 years? He was shocked because his lifespan increased by 31 years. At that moment, he swallowed a little more and found that his lifespan had increased by 40 years. Only then did he realize that Fairy Lu Li was talking about the supreme grade Fountain of Youth. Ordinary Fountain of Youth could increase one's lifespan by 10 years, at most 30 years. However, this supreme grade Fountain of Youth had no limit. In other words, the Fountain of Youth in Yi Xian's hands could increase a person's lifespan by 150 years. The supreme grade Fountain of Youth has no limit. What a great deal! Yi Xian's eyes lit up, but he found that Fairy Lu Li had disappeared. Not only that, but even the array was starting to become blurry. He could not see through it anymore. Whatever, Luo, let's continue to collect the Fountain of Youth. After saying that, Yi Xian led the way and rushed back into the forest. What a joke! This was the supreme grade Fountain of Youth, and the Glaze Mirage would close in a day. He had to collect more. In the following days, Yi Xian shuttled through the forest and collected the Fountain of Youth. In just one day, he had managed to collect a bottle of it. He had used 1 bottle of the 200-year-old Fountain of Youth to activate the Eternal Eye and 4 bottles to use the special devouring skill. Therefore, he still had 150 years left. This time, Yi Xian gave the Fountain of Youth to Luo, increasing her lifespan by 10 years. At the same time, Yi Xian also met other people, but they were all robbed by him. One day later, Yi Xian also left the Glaze Mirage. Chapter 1045. Is this glazed illusory realm a secret realm? Yi Xian couldn't understand. A secret realm was actually a part of the world. The entrance was a teleportation array, but Yi Xian wasn't sure if he would still be in the glazed illusory realm when the door closed. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Yi Xian didn't care about it anymore and left. The others didn't know that the glazed illusory realm would close in a day. Perhaps they were still exploring the glazed illusory realm. This time, Yi Xian could be considered as the biggest beneficiary. Not only did he obtain the immortal spring water, he even controlled Feng Wuchen and found out where the corpse man was hiding. Next, he would have to do the chain random mission. However, when he returned to the valley, he realized that there was a large number of experts gathered outside. People from the 18 demonic castles? Yi Xian's brows twitched. No wonder he felt that it was strange that the 18 demonic castles would allow unaffiliated cultivators to enter. It turned out that there was a backer outside. The first batch entered the glazed illusory realm to explore, while the second batch guarded outside the glazed illusory realm, waiting for the unaffiliated cultivators to come out. Brat, hand over the universe ring, and we'll spare your life. A 4th grade spirit disaster expert from the Chang family walked up and said in a stern voice. Yi Xian sized up the surroundings. The strongest expert was at 5th grade spirit disaster, and there were 3 of them. I, Yi Xian, have never been robbed before. Since you're courting death, then I'll accept it. Yi Xian's killing intent was revealed. In the next moment, a bloody storm swept through the area. His current strength wasn't below Feng Wuchen. If the 2 of them worked together, these people were nothing. Soon, the experts from the 18 demonic castles were all killed by him. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was useless for a 5th grade spirit disaster expert to control him. Therefore, there wasn't a single one left. Young master, where are we going now? Luo glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked. To the 18 demonic castles and make a fortune. Yi Xian replied. Although he already knew where the corpse man was hiding, his strength was still not enough. Therefore, he needed to increase his strength. And the 18 demonic castles just so happened to be a pretty good place. Previously, he had already set up a location at the Chang fortress. Hence, he had directly broken through the void and stepped over there. The Chang Fort, the Hu Fort, and the Lian Fort were the three biggest families in the 18 demonic castles. Each family controlled 6 castles. At this moment, Yi Xian had landed outside the Chang Fort. The Chang family has a 6th grade spirit disaster expert, but I've already made a breakthrough. With Feng Wuchen and the dragon capturing hand, it shouldn't be a problem. With that, Yi Xian entered the Chang Fort. The Chang Fort was actually a city. The Chang clan was the city lord, so Yi Xian could enter the city. However, in order to deceive others, Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen put on iron masks after entering the city. Let's go. Kill our way into the Chang clan. Yi Xian brought Feng Wuchen and charged towards the Chang family. Their speed was so fast that the passers-by couldn't see them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Chang family. Iron masks? When the Chang family's guards saw Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen, their faces changed as they hurriedly shouted, "There's an enemy attack. It's the corpse man's ghost corpses." This shout was like the sound of a bell that fell into everyone's ears. In an instant, countless experts charged out of the Chang family, but the 6th grade spirit disaster ancestor of the Chang family was nowhere to be seen. The 18 demonic castles were under the sect of the god of ghost, so almost everyone knew how to control ghosts. The Chang family was no exception. In an instant, countless auras pressed down on Yi Xian, making it hard for him to breathe. After all, he was only a 3rd grade spirit disaster ancestor. However, since the Chang family's ancestor didn't appear, even 100 of them wouldn't be a threat to him. It's really ghost corpses. Capture them and send them to the sect of the god of ghost. A 5th grade spirit disaster expert of the Chang family barked. Including him, there were a total of 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts and 10-odd 4th grade spirit disasters experts. In their view, it was more than enough to deal with Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen. Yi Xian did not waste any more words as he ordered Feng Wuchen to attack. When they saw Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen attacking, the Chang family did not waste any more words as they launched their attacks. A storm of blood immediately swept out. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian turned into a killing god as he showed no mercy. At the same time, he also used his heavenly eye on the 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts of the Chang family. With his 3rd grade spirit disaster cultivation, controlling a 5th grade spirit disaster wasn't a problem. At that time, if the Chang family's ancestor appeared, the two of them might be able to launch a sneak attack. Spiritual attack? The 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts were stunned, but they were still able to endure the pain. Feng Wuchen was also a 5th grade spirit disaster, but his current mission was to delay the 2 Chang family experts. As for Yi Xian, he was in charge of reaping the lives of the others. After destroying the Chang family, they still had to rush to the Lian family and Hu family fort. Thus, Yi Xian was not stingy and summoned a golden armored war god. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword. The moment the golden armored war god appeared, he immediately used his trump card. A massive golden sword descended like lightning. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as one figure after another fell from the sky. The bones of these Chang clan experts had all been shattered by the impact. A single strike had instantly killed over 10 experts of 4th grade spirit disaster, as well as the spirits that they had summoned. What? Seeing so many of their men fall, the 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts started to panic. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was distracted, Yi Xian used his eye of control. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. The 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts of the Chang family had become Yi Xian's servants. The trap had been set. Old family head, save us. One of the 5th grade spirit disasters experts that was controlled by Yi Xian roared. Old family head, if you don't come out, the Chang family will be destroyed. The other person also roared. The 2 roars were like a bolt from the blue as they landed in the ears of an old man in a corner of the Chang family. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and charged out. The Chang family's ancestor had finally made his move. When Yi Xian approached the Chang family, he actually felt a powerful aura that was even stronger than Feng Wuchen's. It was obvious that it was the Chang family's ancestor, Chang Wei, who was at the 6th level of spirit disaster. Yi Xian's target this time was him. However, Yi Xian's target this time wasn't to kill the Chang family's ancestor, but to control him. Chapter 1046. The corpse ghost mark was left behind by Feng Wuchen, but ordinary 5th-grade spirit disaster experts couldn't erase it. Hence, they could only ask for help from 6th-grade spirit disaster experts. However, it wasn't easy to surpass 3 realms to control Chang Wei, who was at 6th-grade spirit disaster. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Chang family? The Chang family's ancestor, Chang Wei, spoke before he even arrived. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the aura and saw an old man rapidly approaching. His expression immediately became serious. The Chang family's ancestors swiftly charged over and instantly protected the 2 5th-grade spirit disaster experts behind him. He looked at the lifeless corpses below and said, "Corpse Ghost Taoist, you're wanted by the God of Ghost sect. How dare you be so arrogant?" At this moment, Yi Xian was wearing a metal mask like Feng Wuchen. Hence, the Chang family's ancestor thought that he was a ghost corpse. Since he couldn't reveal his identity, why was Yi Xian still speaking nonsense? Attack! Yi Xian directly ordered the 2 5th-grade spirit disaster experts behind the Chang family's ancestor. In the next moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Bush, 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 bush. 2 sword gleams pierced through the air and instantly struck the Chang family's ancestor's back. His injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen. As Yi Xian wasn't trying to kill the Chang family's ancestor, he asked the 2 to hold back. Otherwise, the Chang family's ancestor's head would have been blown apart. What? You guys? The Chang family's ancestor, Chang Wei, widened his eyes in disbelief. The 2 were from the Chang family and were his nephews. They weren't consecrators recruited by the Chang family. He never expected that the 2 of them would launch a sneak attack on him. Evidently, the 2 of them had already submitted to the corpse ghost Taoist. Wuchen, go! Yi Xian gave another order and cast his heavenly eye at the Chang family's ancestor. Burning eye. Eye of illusion. The intense pain from his injuries and the burning of his spirit made the Chang family's ancestor cry out in pain despite having lived for nearly 100 years. I'm going to kill you guys. The Chang family's ancestor endured the pain and took out a myriad ghost banner from his yin and yang ring. You want to summon ghosts? Impossible. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he grabbed at the air. When the Chang family's patriarch took out the myriad ghost banner, a huge golden hand appeared out of nowhere and pinched him. His genuine qi was instantly sealed by the huge golden hand, and he could not move at all. Divine ability? Patriarch Chang reacted. He never expected that someone would know such a divine power. The dragon capturing hand was a technique of the manifestation realm. Yi Xian was only at the 3rd-grade spirit disaster, so he was still drained of all his vitality after using the dragon capturing hand. However, the amount of vitality he had drained this time was nothing compared to the previous time. The last time Yi Xian used the dragon capturing hand, he was at the 6th-grade true energy disaster. But this time, he was at the 3rd-grade spirit disaster. His true qi was more than 10 times stronger than before, so the life force he overdrew this time wasn't even 2 years. Only 2 years? That's acceptable. Yi Xian glanced at his attribute panel and heaved a sigh of relief. 2 years of lifespan was equivalent to 200 drops of Fountain of Youth. He still had 150 years of supreme-grade Fountain of Youth in his devouring space. Willful. He estimated that if he made another 2 or 3 breakthroughs, he would no longer need to overdraw his vitality to use the dragon capturing hand. If he made another 4 or 5 breakthroughs, using the dragon capturing hand would be as easy as eating a meal. While the Chang family's patriarch was unable to summon ghosts, Wei Zhentian had already slashed out with his sword. One with the sword. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. The arm of the Chang family's patriarch that was holding the myriad ghost banner was severed, and blood spurted out. One with the sword. It's actually one with the sword. The Chang family's patriarch was shocked. One had to know that even he had yet to comprehend one with the sword. But now wasn't the time to be calculative. However, he was now caught by the golden dragon capturing hand. His old bones were about to fall apart, and he had no strength to retaliate. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian continued to weaken the Chang family's patriarch's mental strength. What are you trying to do? The Chang family's patriarch felt that something was amiss. Yi Xian could have killed him with a sneak attack, so why had he kept him alive until now? At that moment, Yi Xian slowly opened his mouth. He said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Submit to me and the Chang family will not be destroyed. Otherwise, today will be the day the Chang family fort will be destroyed." Submit. When the Chang family's patriarch heard those two words, his heart wavered. He was the most powerful person in the Chang family, but even he couldn't defeat Yi Xian. If he died, the Chang family would definitely be destroyed. Just as he was thinking, Yi Xian continued, "I'll only give you 2 chances." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the Eye of Control on the Chang family's patriarch. The Chang family's patriarch's expression changed. He finally understood what Yi Xian meant by submitting. When he heard that, he subconsciously resisted once. Ding. Control failed. The system notified. You've wasted 1 chance. If you dare resist again, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Xian said coldly, giving the Chang family's patriarch some time to recover. Then he used the Eye of Control again. The Chang family's patriarch knew that he couldn't avoid it, but he had no way out now. If he resisted, he would be instantly crushed by the golden dragon capturing hands. At the same time, the Chang family would be destroyed. If he submitted, the Chang family could continue to survive. I submit. The Chang family's patriarch squeezed out those few words with difficulty. In the next moment, Yi Xian heard the notification that the control was successful. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. The golden dragon capturing hands disappeared instantly. At the same time, Yi Xian threw a blood bottle over. The Chang family's patriarch took the blood bottle and immediately consumed it to recover from his injuries. Now Yi Xian was the master of the Chang family fort. He quickly collected the spoils of war, including the Chang family's patriarch's ring of cosmos. However, the entire Chang family's wealth couldn't help Yi Xian break through from the 3rd grade of true energy disaster to the 4th grade of true energy disaster. It was like seeing a ghost. Where did your things go? Yi Xian asked. Master, it's like this. The 3 major families of the Celestial Demon 18 castles have to hand over large amounts of treasures to the sect of the God of Ghost every year to allow their disciples to enter the sect. Soon Takashi hurriedly explained. I see. Yi Xian was slightly helpless. It seemed that he could only break through to the 4th grade of true energy disaster by robbing the Lian and Hu castles. Seal off the Chang family fort immediately. Don't let anyone out. Yi Xian said to Tsun Takashi. The incident of him using his divine ability had been seen by passers-by, so he had to seal off the news. The reason why he wore an iron mask was that he was afraid of accidents. That way, he could push the blame to the corpse man. Yes, master. Soon Takashi nodded and immediately went to seal off the city gates personally. Chapter 1047. Yes, be careful, young master. Luo nodded obediently. She was already on the verge of breaking through, and with the help of those treasures, she would be able to break through in less than a day. Although Yi Xian was already very powerful, he only sent his original body to travel while his clone remained in the Chang family fort. If there were any accidents, he could break through the void, and Luo, Feng Wuchen, and the Chang family's ancestor would be able to enter the void and assist him. Immediately, he headed towards the Lian family fort, which was the closest to him. There were only 20 days left before the chain mission, so Yi Xian had to be faster. However, the Blood Cloud cult was much stronger than the 18 demonic castles, and without powerful strength, it was impossible to kill the corpse ghost man. In order to rush, Yi Xian spent more than a day to reach the Lian family fort. During this time, Luo successfully broke through to 3rd grade spirit disaster and continued to refine the treasures, preparing to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster in one go. As for Feng Wuchen, he was also refining the ghost fetus to raise the ghost fetus in his body. He would probably be able to break through soon. A day later, Xian arrived at the Lian family fort. The 18 demonic castles were controlled by 3 great families, and these 3 families had previously offended Xian. Furthermore, in the land of the dead, every force would hunt ordinary people and refine them into ghost spirits. Therefore, Xian would not be merciful. Just like before, he first infiltrated the Lian family fort, then brought Feng Wuchen and Chang Wei over. The corpse ghost mark in my body has been removed, so I don't need a 6th grade spirit disaster fighter. Let's just kill our way in. After Xian finished speaking, he put on his iron mask. Feng Wuchen and Chang Wei nodded as they disguised themselves as the corpse ghost man. In an instant, the 3 of them killed their way in. They first caught the Lian family off guard, then Xian took control of 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts. Finally, the scene of that day repeated itself. The Lian family's 6th grade spirit disaster expert was ambushed by one of their own. His head instantly exploded and the Lian family fell under the control of Xian. It was a pity that Xian had come at the wrong time. The 3 families of the 18 celestial demon castles had already sent their annual supply of treasures and elites to the sect of the God of Ghosts. Just a little more and I'll be able to achieve a breakthrough. I just need to rob the Hu clan fort once more. After Xian was done with his business, he hurried on his way to Hu Fort. Fort Hu was a little far away, so Xian had to travel for 2 days before they arrived. It's the last one. I'll be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster soon. After I break through, I'll be able to exchange for a high-grade sword comprehension pellet. After I comprehend one with the sword, I'll head to the Blood Cloud sect. Xian thought to himself as he entered the Hu fort. In fact, the purple-haired youth had already sent his portrait to the 18 celestial demon castles. However, Xian had the ability to change his appearance, which was why he was able to enter the Hu fort. As long as he could rob the Hu fort, Xian would be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster. When he arrived near the Hu clan, he used his eye of perception to sense the surroundings. He discovered that there were 2 auras of 6th grade spirit disaster in the Hu clan. That's not right. One of them is even stronger than Tsun Takashi. He might have even reached 7th grade spirit disaster. Xian's heart trembled. 7th grade spirit disaster was out of his expectations. He guessed that this person should be from the sect of the God of Ghosts. He should be from the sect of the God of Ghosts. I wonder if he's here to investigate the corpse Taoist or me, the wanted criminal who destroyed the 100 Ghost sect and Nether Ghost sect. Xian couldn't figure it out, but he wouldn't back down just like that. Immediately, he found a secluded place and broke through the void. When the void opened, his clone, Feng Wuchen, and Tsun Takashi instantly arrived at the Hu fort. Tsun Takashi, there's a 7th grade spirit disaster expert in the Hu clan. Pretend to visit him and see who he is. Xian said to Tsun Takashi. Yes. After receiving the order, Tsun Takashi walked towards the Hu clan. The 3 great clans of the demonic 18 houses had a good relationship with each other. They had secretly arranged marriages and developed together. After Tsun Takashi revealed his identity, he successfully entered the Hu clan. Xian and Feng Wuchen waited outside. However, Tsun Takashi didn't come out even after a long time. With the Eye of Control, Xian could control Tsun Takashi and give him orders. However, Tsun Takashi couldn't communicate with Xian through the void like Luo Luo. Therefore, Xian didn't know what was going on inside. He only guessed that Tsun Takashi was being held back by something and couldn't leave. However, not long after, a notification sounded in Xian's mind. Ding! Tsun Takashi is out of control. This notification had never appeared before. When Xian heard the notification, he couldn't help but tremble. What? Out of control? How is that possible? Xian was shocked. Without external help, it was impossible for Tsun Takashi to escape from control. After all, the Eye of Control wasn't a charm. This was the first time Xian had encountered such a situation. That 7th grade spirit disaster expert is controlling Tsun Takashi. Xian immediately reacted. Not only that, the first person he thought of was the corpse man. The corpse man was able to plant a ghost fetus in people. That was how Feng Wuchen became a ghost corpse. just when he was surprised. Tisk. Kid, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Do you think that I won't be able to find you after erasing the corpse man mark? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian's body trembled. It was indeed the corpse man. At the same time, he also felt 3 powerful auras approaching. A 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse and 2 6th grade spirit disaster experts. One of them was Tsun Takashi, and the other was the Hu family's ancestor. The 3 experts were rapidly approaching Yi Xian. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed. He never expected that the corpse man would send a ghost corpse to the Hu family fort. He even controlled the Hu family fort beforehand. This was troublesome. Those below 5th grade spirit disaster weren't a threat to him. However, there were 2 6th grade spirit disaster experts and a 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse in front of him. He immediately felt immense pressure. However, he did not immediately break through the void and leave. Bastard, how dare you destroy my Chang family and make me your servant? Today, I will avenge my humiliation. Soon Takashi had regained his freedom. Since he had just been planted with a ghost fetus, it wasn't a problem for him to speak. Back then, he was easily subdued by Yi Xian because he was ambushed by his own people. Now that there were stronger experts, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 1048. Above the head of the iron-faced ghost corpse was a white skull. The corpse ghost Taoist was using this skull to talk to Yi Xian. Your servant betrayed you and told me everything about you. I never expected that you would possess a divine ability. To me, divine abilities are more powerful than yours. The white skull opened its mouth and said, even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain this divine ability. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth rose. No matter. As long as I refine you into a ghost corpse, you will obediently spit it out. The white skeleton continued to speak, its tone filled with unprecedented confidence. In this situation, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings, unless he used the Eye of the Void to leave. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have left before the other party arrived. Right now, he wanted to fight with the other party. Brat, I know that you have a technique to escape, but you haven't left yet. Do you think that you can deal with the 3 of them? The corpse ghost Taoist continued. That's right. Yi Xian nodded his head. Since that's the case, then there's no need to speak anymore. Capture him. Under the corpse ghost Taoist's roar, the ghost corpse and the ancestors of the 2 great families charged out. At the same time, there were also 2 6th grade spirit disaster ghosts. Come! Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Luo appeared beside him. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, so his strength was above Chang Wei. Luo had also broken through to 3rd grade spirit disaster, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with the Hu family's ancestor. As for the ghost corpse of 7th grade spirit disaster, it would be left to Yi Xian. Eye of Glory. Summon the golden armored war god. Yi Xian no longer held back and revealed his trump cards. During this period of time, Wei Zhentian's cultivation had already risen to 5th grade spirit disaster, which was why he had the guts to challenge the corpse ghost Taoist, a 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he faced the 3 experts rushing towards him. In the next moment, the golden armored war god condensed a giant golden sword. Huff. The golden greatsword fell like a thunderbolt. Although the golden greatsword did not hurt anyone, the powerful impact made Tsun Takashi's bones creak. Kacha! Both Tsun Takashi and the elder ancestor of the Hu clan had a crisp sound coming from their shoulders. Both of them had lost an arm each. However, the Hu clan's elder ancestor had long since turned into a ghost corpse. The ghost fetus in his body was quickly healed. An imperfect fusion ghost fetus. His healing speed is too slow compared to Feng Wuchen. Luo, quickly finish him off. Yi Xian hurriedly said to Luo. Understood. Luo had already created over 100 clones. She swung her whip in an attempt to restrain the Hu clan's patriarch. However, at this moment, ferocious ghost twisting tears. The iron-faced ghost corpse slashed with his long sword. Instantly, over 100 ferocious ghosts rushed out. The ferocious ghost twisting tears was obtained from Yuan Wuxin. This was originally the ghost corpse artist's martial art. It was very normal for the iron-faced ghost corpse to know it. However, the ferocious ghost twisting tears he used was several times stronger than Yi Xian. These ferocious ghosts did not rush towards Yi Xian. Instead, they rushed towards Luo Luo. You dare to touch Luo Luo? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly reached out and grabbed the air. A giant golden hand suddenly appeared. Then it swept fiercely. In an instant, those ferocious ghosts that had yet to disperse were all grabbed and scattered. When these ferocious ghosts dissipated, another giant golden hand appeared. This time, it was not targeting the iron-faced ghost corpse. It was targeting the Hu clan's elder ancestor. Gotcha! The Hu clan's elder ancestor was caught by the giant golden hand. He cried out in pain. Good opportunity! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Luo and her clones quickly swung their whips. 100 layers of shackles. Countless whips rushed towards the Hu clan's elder ancestor like lightning. Immediately after, countless red flames attacked him. 7-colored demonic flames. Not only that, but Luo Luo also used the tuft of golden hair, which increased its power by a lot. 7-colored flames entered the Hu clan's elder ancestor's body. After a ray of 7-colored light, the Hu clan's elder ancestor's body suddenly exploded. Boom! Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew out. The Hu clan's elder ancestor was blown to pieces. The ghost fetus was also blown to pieces. The original 3-on-3 suddenly became 3-on-2. Yi Xian took the initiative to reduce the opponent's member and took the advantage in one fell swoop. Oh, is this the power of a divine ability? The White Skull was very satisfied. It was obvious that it deliberately let the Hu clan's elder ancestor test the waters to see the power of the dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian was also able to see this point, because the ghost corpse of the 7th-level spirit disaster didn't make any movements after it slashed out with the fierce ghost twist. Luo Luo, go help Feng Wuchen and kill Tsun Takeshi. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to care so much as he quickly shouted. Feng Wuchen was at 5th grade spirit disaster and was about to break through to 6th grade spirit disaster. He had also comprehended the union of man and sword. In a one-on-one situation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Tsun Takeshi. Now, with Luo Luo and the golden armored battle god, Tsun Takeshi would definitely be killed. However, what made Yi Xian surprised was what the corpse man was planning. If the corpse man had attacked with his full strength from the start, he wouldn't have been able to kill the Hu clan's elder ancestors so easily. Seeing that the ghost corpse stopped attacking, Tsun Takeshi anxiously shouted, "Corpse man, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing, I just feel that you are a little hindrance." As the corpse man finished speaking, the 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse suddenly attacked and killed the ghost spirit that went out of control after the death of the Hu clan's elder ancestor. Tsun Takeshi was shocked when he heard this. Just now, the ghost corpse had planted a ghost fetus in his body, helping him escape from Yi Xian's control and helping him take revenge. But now, the corpse man actually wanted him dead. Fortunately, the ghost fetus in his body hadn't merged yet, just like Feng Wuchen back then. Therefore, he could still retaliate. "Corpse man, I'll fight it out with you." Tsun Takeshi roared and suddenly pounced on the ghost corpse. "You overestimate yourself." The corpse man snorted coldly. Then, the ghost corpse slashed out with its sword again. Ferocious Ghost Twist Break. This time, the Ferocious Ghost Twist Break's power was several times stronger than before. Tsun Takeshi couldn't block it and was instantly surrounded by the Ferocious Ghost. His flesh was crazily torn apart by the Ferocious Ghost, and in less than half a second, he was reduced to a pile of bones. Not only that, but Tsun Takeshi's ghost spirit also suffered. So strong, this ghost corpse has also comprehended the union of man and sword. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He finally understood why the corpse man was so confident. It was because the ghost corpse had comprehended the union of man and sword. Chapter 1049. Brat, you won't be able to escape this time. When Chang Wei's corpse fell to the ground, the ghost Taoist said coldly, "Is that so?" Yi Xian stood on the ground and looked at Luo Luo, Feng Wuchen, and the golden armored battle god approaching him. His heart was filled with confidence. Right now, it was 4 against 1. Furthermore, Yi Xian still had a divine ability. It was still uncertain who would have the last laugh. However, Yi Xian felt that something was amiss. The ghost Taoist was determined to capture him today, but why wasn't he doing anything? Then have a taste of this move, evil spirit possession. When the ghost Taoist finished speaking, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew. Yi Xian's body trembled as he turned his head. He saw a black shadow darting out from Feng Wuchen's body and flying towards him. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed. This scene was too sudden and caught him off guard. By the time he reacted, the black shadow was already in front of him and drilled into his body. In the next moment, he felt that his body couldn't move. He couldn't even circulate his true qi. It was as if he had a stroke. Not good, Luo Luo. Yi Xian hurriedly asked Luo Luo for help. At the same time, his eyes flashed as he broke open a void door. I finally found this opportunity. How can I let you escape? The ghost Taoist sneered. Following that, the iron-faced ghost corpse's aura suddenly increased as it charged towards Luo Luo. 8th grade spirit disaster? Yi Xian was shocked. He never thought that the ghost corpse was hiding its strength. No wonder the ghost Taoist was so confident. 3rd grade spirit disaster and 8th grade spirit disaster. There was a difference of 5 realms between them. Even if Yi Xian grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. The ghost corpse revealed its true strength and charged towards Luo Luo. Just as Luo Luo was about to swing her whip, she was sucked into Yi Xian's storage space. Young master, let me out. Luo Luo hurriedly said. No, you'll be killed instantly. Yi Xian replied. If he didn't hide Luo Luo might have thrown him into the void door, but he would have died. By the time Luo Luo finished speaking, the ghost corpse had already arrived beside Yi Xian. Even if Luo Luo was released now, it would be of no use. It's over. Yi Xian's face turned pale. He didn't expect the corpse man to do something to Feng Wuchen. Even his eye of revelation didn't notice. Obviously, the corpse ghost man had purposely let him control Feng Wuchen. Even Feng Wuchen himself didn't know this. Because of this, the corpse ghost man had successfully captured him. Right now, Yi Xian was like a caged beast. Even if he used 10,000 ancestral swords, it would be useless. Kid, you've finally fallen into my hands. The white skull in the distance gloated. After working so hard for so long, the Yi Xian had finally fallen into his hands. Now, he would be able to obtain a divine ability. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Although Feng Wuchen had been tampered with by the corpse ghost man, he was still under the control of Yi Xian. A sword ray flew towards Yi Xian, preparing to throw Yi Xian into the void door. The corpse ghost man coldly snorted. The ghost corpse of 8th grade spirit disaster had directly destroyed the sword ray. Feng Wuchen was at 5th grade spirit disaster, but this ghost corpse was at 8th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, it had also comprehended the union of man and sword. The two couldn't be compared at all. You've done a great service to be able to capture this kid. But I don't need you anymore. Die. Under the corpse ghost man's command, the ghost corpse of 8th grade spirit disaster attacked once again. Wait, I'll give you a divine ability. Yi Xian hastily shouted. However, the corpse ghost man didn't bite. Tisk, there's no need. Once I refine you into a ghost corpse, I will naturally obtain this divine ability. The corpse ghost man coldly sneered. With his cultivation, refining a 3rd grade spirit disaster kid like Yi Xian into a ghost corpse was simply a piece of cake. Corpse ghost man, F***ck your grandmother. Yi Xian couldn't help but roar. Since the corpse ghost man had already captured him, he could clearly control Feng Wuchen again. There was no need for him to eliminate Feng Wuchen. Although Feng Wuchen's aptitude wasn't bad and could perfectly fuse with a ghost fetus, making him stronger than ordinary ghost corpses, the corpse ghost man was currently venting his anger on Feng Wuchen. Or rather, he was using Feng Wuchen to celebrate. Just as the ghost corpse was about to attack, Yi Xian roared, Wei Zhentian, kill me. What? This sentence frightened the corpse ghost man. When the ghost corpse turned its head, it discovered that the Wei Zhentian sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew up by itself and pierced into Yi Xian's heart. Rip! With a crisp sound, Yi Xian's heart was directly pierced through by the Wei Zhentian sword. Blood flowed out along the sword. No! The corpse ghost man roared. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would choose to commit suicide. Moreover, it was right under his nose. Yi Xian's corpse fell from the sky. The corpse ghost man stared at the corpse in shock. If Yi Xian was still alive, the corpse ghost man could refine him into a ghost corpse. At that time, Yi Xian would copy down the dragon capturing hand. However, once Yi Xian died, even if he was refined into a battle corpse, he wouldn't have the memories of his life. Battle corpses were dead objects, but ghost corpses were still alive. Once Yi Xian died, the dragon capturing hand would be useless. However, just as the corpse ghost man was heartbroken, Feng Wuchen suddenly burst out with full speed and rushed towards Yi Xian. Immediately after, Luo Luo appeared again. Before the corpse ghost man could react, she quickly bound Feng Wuchen with a long whip and viciously whipped him. At this time, something that shocked the corpse ghost man happened. Yi Xian, whose heart had already been pierced, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A void door appeared out of nowhere. Then, Luo Luo slapped out with her palm and sent Yi Xian into the void door. At the same time, she pulled Feng Wuchen into the void door. Corpse ghost man, F***ck your grandmother. This sentence came from the other side of the void door. This voice was clearly Yi Xian's. What? This is impossible. This is impossible. The corpse ghost man finally reacted. Just now, Yi Xian had pierced his heart right under his nose. How could he still be alive when his heart was pierced? However, if he was dead, then what was with that shout just now? That was clearly Yi Xian's voice. This is impossible. He's not a battle corpse. How can he not die? The corpse ghost man muttered. At this time, the void door had already closed. Chapter 1050. Although he didn't know what was going on, the corpse Taoist had miscalculated this time. He watched as Yi Xian entered the void door and went somewhere unknown. Interesting, interesting. I'm even more interested in you now. Wait until I refine you into a ghost corpse, then your secrets will be mine. The corpse Taoist wasn't dejected. Instead, he laughed heartily. At the same time, in the snow wind manner. Huff huff, luckily I was quick-witted. Yi Xian was scared half to death. However, he couldn't move as he was being haunted by the evil spirit. He couldn't even circulate his true qi. This evil spirit was previously hiding in Feng Wuchen's ghost corpse, so Yi Xian didn't notice it. That was close. I thought young master was done for this time. Luo Luo patted her chest. Thinking back to the previous scene, it was still extremely thrilling. The cooperation between them was simply perfect. It could only be described as flawless. At this moment, Wei Zhentian was still stuck in Yi Xian's chest. He couldn't bear to pull it out. This was the first time he had done something like killing his master. Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were Yi Xian's subordinates. Yi Xian didn't need to speak to them. However, Yi Xian had shouted just now so that the corpse Taoist could hear him. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would have been killed by the ghost corpse of the 8th grade spirit disaster. No matter what, this time, it could be considered a close call. Apart from using some of his trump cards, Yi Xian didn't suffer any losses. The corpse Taoist's evil spirit made Yi Xian a cripple for 5 minutes. Only after 5 minutes did he regain his ability to move and use his true qi. Corpse Taoist, damn you. Your trick didn't work this time. Let's see how you'll catch me next time. Yi Xian muttered as if he had just survived a calamity. This corpse Taoist is really annoying. Young master, when you kill him, remember to leave his corpse for me to whip. Luo Luo couldn't help but say. No problem. Yi Xian agreed immediately. Not only did Luo Luo want to whip the corpse, even he wanted to do it. If he could capture the corpse ghost man, he would definitely capture a group of super supreme saint beasts, then torture the corpse ghost man 10 to 8 times. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. The situation just now was critical. Although Yi Xian still had a clone in the eastern continent, and he wouldn't die, Yi Xian would probably cry himself to death if he was left with only one clone. Yi Xian, you're back? At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. It was Feng Wuhan. Yi Xian nodded silently and glanced at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuhan followed his gaze and realized that Feng Wuchen had also returned. However, there was no expression on Feng Wuchen's face. He was even colder than before. Big brother, you're back as well, Feng Wuhan said hurriedly. Yi Xian didn't want to hide anything, so he said directly, Wuhan, something happened to Wuchen. He lost all his memories. What? Memory loss? Hearing this, Feng Wuhan's body trembled. Didn't losing his memories mean that he didn't even recognize his younger brother? But at that moment, Yi Xian continued. However, Wuchen is now at the 5th grade spirit disaster and is about to break through to the 6th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, he has comprehended the union of man and sword. Boom. This sentence left Feng Wuhan completely dumbfounded. The last time Yi Xian returned, he was already at the 5th grade true energy disaster. That was enough to shock him. This time, Yi Xian brought Feng Wuchen back. First, he said that Feng Wuchen had lost his memories. Now, he said that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 5th grade spirit disaster and comprehended the union of man and sword. For a moment, Feng Wuchen didn't know if he should be happy or worried. Wuchen had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the 5th grade spirit disaster. However, he lost his memories. At the same time, he still has the ability to speak. Yi Xian came up with a reason on the spot. Feng Wuhan paused for a moment and said, I'll go call father and grandmother. The overlord of this region, the 10,000 Flower Valley, only had a 1st grade spirit disaster ancestor. But now, Feng Wuchen was actually at the 5th grade spirit disaster, which was more than enough for the Wind Snow Villa to dominate this region. Soon, Shui Hong, Feng Wenyao, and the rest all gathered in Yi Xian's courtyard. Although Feng Wuchen was controlled by Yi Xian didn't ask anything of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was captured by the corpse ghost man because of him. Therefore, Yi Xian also had some responsibility. Yi Xian had already sworn to kill the corpse ghost man and restore Feng Wuchen to his original state. As for Yuan Wuxin, Yi Xian had already been charmed by Luo Luo and stayed in the Snow Wind Manor. This brat's future achievements wouldn't be low. Today, Yi Xian had used up all his trump cards. Therefore, he stayed in the Snow Wind Manor to rest. Young master, what should we do next? In the courtyard, Luo Luo sat beside Yi Xian and asked. Since Feng Wuchen was deliberately controlled by the corpse ghost man, then the blood cloud cult that Feng Wuchen left behind could also be deliberately left behind by the corpse ghost man. Therefore, it could be a trap. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he paused and said, Therefore, I want to pass this information to the sect of the God of Ghost and let them investigate. That's a good idea. The blood cloud cult is a direct subordinate of the sect of the God of Ghost. They are also vigorously investigating the corpse ghost man's whereabouts. The sect of the God of Ghost might have overlooked him. However, how do we make the sect of the God of Ghost believe us? Lu Luo blinked and asked. That's simple. Just let me control a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. If I expose the blood cloud cult as a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost, it will definitely attract attention. Then, they will send people to investigate, Yi Xian answered without thinking. Then it's best to control a disciple with a higher realm and status. Only then will it attract attention, Luo Luo reminded. Yi Xian nodded his head. With his current realm, it wasn't a problem for him to control a 6th grade spirit disaster. However, a 6th grade spirit disaster disciple was only an outer disciple in the sect of the God of Ghost. Therefore, his plan was to first break through to 4th grade spirit disaster, then control a 7th grade spirit disaster disciple of the God of Ghost and make him report back to the sect of the God of Ghost. However, it would take a lot of time to carry out such a plan. If the corpse ghost man wasn't in the blood cloud cult, then there wouldn't be much time to complete the mission. For safety's sake, Yi Xian stayed in the Snow Wind Manor until dawn. He waited for the cooldown of his trump card to pass before breaking through the void again. This time, he directly returned to the Hu clan's fort. In his previous plan, As long as he pillaged the Hu clan's fort, he would be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster. However, he suddenly encountered the corpse ghost man's 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse and could only helplessly escape. He guessed that the corpse ghost man had already left, so he wanted to return to get some interest. However, when he returned to the Hu clan's fort, his heart violently trembled. Within the range of his senses, there wasn't a single living person. The entire Hu clan's fort had become a ghost town. Chapter 1051. How savage! He actually killed everyone in the Hu clan fort and refined them into ghost fetuses? Yi Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the Hu clan fort, and it had only been half a day since Yi Xian escaped from the Hu clan fort. Yet all of them were killed. The corpse ghost Taoist was probably venting his anger on them. The corpse ghost Taoist only had one method to increase the strength of ghost fetuses, which was to kill, subdue the ghost spirits, and refine them into ghost fetuses. This time, he had massacred the entire Hu clan fort. Even if he was strong, there would definitely be some that escaped. At that time, there would be experts coming to investigate. Thus, he had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be wrongly accused like he was in the 100 Ghost sect. Just as Yi Xian was about to leave, a roar suddenly resounded from the horizon. How dare you massacre a city in the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost? Hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head and saw 3 people in the range of his senses. All of them were 6th grade spirit disaster experts. Coincidentally, I'm lacking a few informants. You guys will be the ones. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Although the disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost were powerful, they were still lacking compared to the ghost corpse that Yi Xian had encountered previously. 3 6th grade spirit disaster experts were something that Yi Xian could deal with. Eye of Glory. Summon Golden War God. Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword. Myriad Sword Return. In an instant, Yi Xian threw out his trump card. The 3 of them thought that they had dodged the golden sword, but they were unexpectedly shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Soon, the 3 of them were crippled by Yi Xian and trapped in the spiritual sword array. In the end, they couldn't escape from Yi Xian's evil clutches. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 3 system notifications rang as Yi Xian successfully controlled the 3 of them. The 3 of them had just returned from training nearby and were preparing to rest in the Hu clan fort before returning to the sect of the God of Ghost. However, they didn't expect to meet Yi Xian. After controlling the 3 of them, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly took off their yin and yang rings. In the next moment, he heard another system notification. Ding. Host has broken through and is currently at 4th grade spirit disaster. These 3 people were simply here to deliver benefits. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have to find a place to break through. Now, everything was ready except for the east wind. Luo, you continue cultivating. I'm going to the sect of the God of Ghosts. Yi Xian left his doppelganger behind while his true body headed to the sect of the God of Ghosts. The sect of the God of Ghost was one of the 2 overlords of the land of the dead. There was a manifestation realm expert in the sect, who was the founder of the sect of the God of Ghost. However, this patriarch was a little different. He was not a human, but an enlightened ghost spirit. Similarly, the first hall master of the Corpse King Palace also refined himself into a corpse and retained his memories. That was why he was able to contend against the Ghost God sect. These 2 sects both coveted the corpse man's method of refining ghost corpses. Therefore, the corpse man was wanted in the land of the dead. Yi Xian reckoned that the corpse Taoist was only at the 9th level of spirit disaster and was still within the 3 minor disasters of the supreme realm. He wasn't at the Wanxiang realm. Otherwise, how could he hide so well? As for why the corpse man did not send his spirit disaster ghost corpses to the Snow Wind Manor to find someone who could perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus, it was probably because of some restrictions in the land of the dead. After all, it was not easy for demonic forces like the sect of the God of Ghosts and the Corpse King Palace to survive until now. There were many forces stronger than the sect of the God of Ghosts and the Corpse King Palace in the Penglai sacred land. If they knew that the land of the dead was suspected of expanding, Then there would be no need for the land of the dead to exist in the future. This time, Yi Xian spent a total of 5 days on the journey. In these 5 days, Luo Luo broke through to 4th grade spirit disaster, and Feng Wuchen broke through to 6th grade spirit disaster. Right now, if they were to encounter the ghost corpse of the 8th grade spirit disaster again, they would no longer be helpless as they already possessed the strength to fight. At this time, Yi Xian's chain of random quests had already passed for more than half a month. If he still hadn't killed the corpse ghost Taoist in more than 10 days, then the chain of random quests would fail and Wei Zhentian's plan to advance would be ruined. 5 days later, Yi Xian arrived near the sect of the God of Ghosts. The sect of the God of Ghosts was one of the 2 overlords in the land of the dead. Only those who had reached 7th grade spirit disaster were qualified to enter the inner sect. Among them, there were even ghosts at the manifestation realm. Therefore, their position in the land of the dead was unshakable. After arriving, Yi Xian casually found a place and used the Eye of the Void to pull over the 3 disciples of the sect of the God of Ghosts that were under his control. The 3 of you, go and find an inner sect senior brother at 7th grade spirit disaster and lure him out. Yi Xian ordered the 3 of them. Yes. The 3 of them replied in unison and immediately flew towards the sect of the God of Ghosts. The 3 of them were all at 6th grade spirit disaster and were only outer sect disciples, so they didn't have enough weight. If they could control an inner sect disciple at 7th grade spirit disaster, they could get him to report the Blood Cloud sect, and the God of Ghosts sect would definitely send experts to investigate the Blood Cloud sect. Very quickly, the 3 outer sect disciples found inner sect disciples that they were more familiar with. Junior brothers, you said that there's an expert that wants to meet me. Who is it? A long-haired youth asked curiously. This person was the inner sect disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts that was lured over by the 3 disciples controlled by Yi Xian. He followed the 3 of them for half an hour before he was brought to Yi Xian. What is this? Junior brothers, are you talking about him? The long-haired youth looked at Yi Xian, who was sitting on a rock, and asked in shock. Yi Xian was only at 4th grade spirit disaster. How could he be considered an expert? But in the next moment, Yi Xian suddenly revealed an evil smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 sonic booms resounded as the long-haired youth was ambushed by his 3 junior brothers and was heavily injured. At the same time, Yi Xian also used the burning eye on the long-haired youth. Junior brothers, you guys? The long-haired youth was shocked, but at this moment, the Sky Quake sword had already split into 100. Spiritual sword array. The 100 Sky Quake swords fell and trapped the long-haired youth. Next, it was Yi Xian's spiritual baptism. In less than 3 seconds, Yi Xian heard a notification sound. Ding! Control successful. The long-haired youth was instantly reduced to Yi Xian's servant. Following that, Yi Xian asked the 4 of them to return to the sect of the God of Ghosts and bring back their wealth. But it was a pity that the long-haired youth was at 7th grade spirit disaster, but he was unable to help Yi Xian break through. Young master, control more people? Luo Luo reminded. That's exactly what I was thinking. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth rose as he asked the 4 of them to return and lure more people over. After that, he would continue to plunder their wealth. 1, 2, 3. Yi Xian spent half a day and controlled 10 inner sect disciples of the sect of the God of Ghosts that were at 7th grade spirit disaster. After that, he finally heard the sound of a system notification again. Ding! Host has broken through. Current cultivation is at 5th grade spirit disaster. Chapter 1052. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 5th grade spirit disaster. Just as the system notification rang out, a person stepped into Yi Xian's range of perception. Powerful! Yi Xian's brows twitched. The aura of the newcomer was stronger than all of them combined. It was actually a 9th grade spirit disaster expert. What are you guys doing here? An aged voice rang out in everyone's ears. Following that, a figure entered their vision. It was an old man wearing the robes of the elder of the divine ghost sect. Master? The first long-haired youth that Yi Xian controlled exclaimed in shock. Disciple, what are you doing here? The elder of the divine ghost sect asked. Master, we have obtained a clue about the corpse ghost Taoist. the long-haired youth hurriedly said. The old man was a little surprised and subconsciously asked, "What?" "The corpse ghost Taoist is hiding in the Blood Cloud sect." The long-haired youth immediately replied, "That's right. I also received news that the corpse ghost Taoist is hiding in the Blood Cloud sect." "That's right." The surrounding inner disciples of the Divine Ghost sect replied. "What? Blood Cloud sect?" The elder of the Divine Ghost sect was astonished. If it was only one person, he might be suspicious. But there were 10 inner disciples reporting together, so there was really something wrong. "All of you, immediately tell me the details," the elder of the Divine Ghost sect said agitatedly. Then, the long-haired young man took over the job and made up some stories. For example, their informants found a large number of ghost corpses in the Blood Cloud sect's territory and suspected traces of the corpse ghost Taoist. The reason why they gathered here was to investigate. Finding traces of the corpse ghost Taoist is a great contribution. But you guys aren't strong enough, so it's easy for accidents to happen. How about this? I'll lead you guys to investigate. The elder of the Divine Ghost sect said. "Yes, master." The long-haired youth immediately nodded. There were many disciples in the Divine Ghost sect, so the elder couldn't recognize all of them. Xian, who was at 5th grade Spirit Disaster, mixed in with this group and headed to the Blood Cloud sect. This time, Xian spent 3 days to reach the Blood Cloud sect. 3 days later, in a deep mountain outside the Blood Cloud sect. "Come, let's go in and take a look. If the corpse ghost Taoist is truly hiding in the Blood Cloud sect, then you've done a great service," the Ghost God sect elder said to Xian and the others. Following that, he led Xian and the dozen or so other people inside. "Young master, what do you think are the chances of this being a trap?" Luo asked in Xian's mind. 80%. Xian replied. The corpse ghost man had done something to Feng Wuchen. Last time, he was almost caught by the corpse ghost man, so he started to doubt the authenticity of Feng Wuchen's words. Perhaps, the news about the Blood Cloud sect was purposely released by the corpse ghost man? Therefore, Xian felt that there was an 80% chance that it was a trap set by the corpse ghost man. Of course, there was also a possibility that they would end up empty-handed. After all, the corpse ghost man wouldn't be caught so easily. However, Xian wasn't afraid. Previously, because he was wanted, he often disguised himself as someone else. Furthermore, he didn't have the corpse ghost mark in his body. Therefore, even if the corpse ghost man appeared in front of him, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. "Corpse ghost man, I hope you are in the Blood Cloud sect," Xian said in his heart as he followed the elder of the Divine Ghost sect into the Blood Cloud sect. "Who are you?" Just as they approached the Blood Cloud sect, a disciple wearing a blood-red robe shouted. "Elder of the Divine Ghost sect, Wuxia, patrolling the Blood Cloud sect. Move aside." The elder of the Divine Ghost sect directly stated his identity. Elder of the Divine Ghost sect? The guarding disciple of the Blood Cloud sect swallowed his saliva and quickly moved aside. The weakest elder of the Divine Ghost sect was at the 8th grade Spirit Disaster. In the Blood Cloud sect, there were only a few 8th grade Spirit Disasters. There wasn't a single 9th grade Spirit Disaster expert. Even the sect master of the Divine Ghost sect would have to be respectful when he saw an elder of the Divine Ghost sect. Elder Wuxia brought Xian and the rest in. The former released his aura, and the aura of a 9th grade Spirit Disaster expert instantly spread out. In just a short moment, a few figures flew over. A blood-red clothed middle-aged man brought a few people over. His gaze landed on Wuxia as he anxiously asked, "You are?" "Elder of the Divine Ghost sect, you are the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect?" Wuxia directly asked. "That's right. I am the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect. May I know why you have come to our sect?" The blood-red clothed middle-aged man's heart trembled as he nodded his head. "I heard that there are ghost corpses in your Blood Cloud sect, so I came to patrol. Gather everyone in the sect here," Wuxia said with a commanding tone. When the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect heard it, his face was filled with shock as he said, "Elder Gua, did you make a mistake? Why would there be ghost corpses in my Blood Cloud sect?" Cut the crap. Just do as I say. Guxiaolei's face sank. The Divine Ghost sect was the overlord of the land of the dead, and he was an elder of the Divine Ghost sect. Even in the Divine Ghost sect, he had an extremely high position. Furthermore, the Blood Cloud sect did not even have a single 9th grade spirit disaster expert, so he did not place them in his eyes. Elder Gua, there are tens of thousands of disciples in my Blood Cloud sect, and many of them are in the midst of breaking through. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to gather all of them here with just one sentence? The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect asked with a strange expression. Are you feeling guilty? Guxiaolei narrowed his eyes. He had lived for dozens of years, so his ability to observe people wasn't bad. When he used a commanding tone to ask the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect to gather the disciples, he had a plan. Although it might interrupt the cultivation of some disciples, gathering the disciples was just a small matter to prove his innocence. However, the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect actually disobeyed his order for these disciples. This was a little strange. Elder Gua, your position is the same as mine. Unless you bring the order of the sect master of the Divine Ghost sect, please return. The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect said with a gloomy expression. This time, Guxiaolei could confirm that there was something fishy about the Blood Cloud sect. The Blood Cloud sect was a force under the Divine Ghost sect, and the most dangerous place was also the safest place. The corpse ghost man might really be hiding in the Blood Cloud sect. If he retreated, the corpse ghost man would probably escape. At that time, it would not be so easy to capture the corpse ghost man, and he would have wasted a clue. A mere Blood Cloud sect dares to ignore my words? You're courting death. Guxiaolei did not waste any more words and took out the 10,000 ghost banner. In the next moment, countless ghost spirits appeared. He alone was enough to deal with the Blood Cloud sect. Today, we will personally experience the strength of the sect master of the Divine Ghost sect. The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect also took out the 10,000 ghost banner and summoned 2 ghost spirits of 8th grade spirit disaster. Chapter 1053. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was mixed in with the group, immediately used his eye of revelation. It wasn't easy for him to mix in with the group, so he naturally had to investigate. Among the disciples in the surroundings, there wasn't any abnormality. By no abnormality, it meant that there wasn't any ghost fetus in their bodies. But even a fool could tell that there was something fishy about the actions of the Blood Cloud sect's sect master. I'm afraid that the corpse ghost Taoist strength isn't that simple. Let's let Elder Guxiaolei investigate first. Yi Xian led the disciples by his side and retreated. In the next instant, the battle began. Just a few 8th grade spirit disasters and you dare to fight me? You're courting death. Elder Guxiaolei roared as he led the 2 9th grade spirit disasters and charged forward. The Blood Cloud sect's sect master coldly snorted as he led the other elders to face them. Yi Xian, who was a distance away, opened his eye of revelation as he copied down the martial technique and guarded against his surroundings. As an elder of the Divine Ghost sect, Guxiaolei wasn't weak. In addition to the 2 ghost spirits that had already matured to 9th grade spirit disaster, he was able to kill 2 8th grade spirit disaster ghost spirits from the Blood Cloud sect in just the first clash. However, just as they were exchanging blows, Yi Xian finally discovered something. They're here, ghost corpses. Yi Xian swept a glance at the crowd. With his eye of perception, he could sense several powerful auras approaching. They were all ghost corpses with ghost fetus in their bodies. These ghost corpses were all 8th grade spirit disasters and there were a total of 5 of them surrounding them. The corpse ghost Taoist purposely left a message to lure me into his trap. But he also had a backup plan because he was afraid that I would be leaked to the Ghost God sect. Now that his plan has failed, he should be moving his nest. Yi Xian gulped down his saliva. Back then, he was nearly captured by an 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. But he was no longer the same as before. Not only did he break through to 5th grade spirit disaster, he even used the high-grade sword comprehension pellet to comprehend the man and sword union. His fighting strength was at least 10 times stronger than before. With his strength, it was more than enough to deal with an 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. The moment the 5 ghost corpses of 8th grade spirit disaster appeared, Wuxia immediately sensed it. Right now, he was 100% sure that the corpse Taoist was hiding within the Blood Cloud sect. Blood Cloud sect, and you still say that you have nothing to do with the corpse ghost man? Wuxia roared furiously. Right now, there were 9 8th grade spirit disaster experts surrounding him. So what if they are related? Your Divine Ghost sect and Corpse King Palace have been fighting for so many years, but you still can't do anything to them. As long as the Corpse Man rises, both the Ghost God sect and the Corpse King Palace will become history. After seeing the 5 ghost corpses, the Blood Cloud sect's sect leader did not plan to hide anymore. Just as the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect finished speaking, another figure flew over from the horizon. It was a young man dressed in black who looked to be around 25 years old. Corpse Man? When Wuxia saw this person, he was also shocked because this black-clothed youth before him was actually a 9th grade spirit disaster. That's right, it's me. The black-clothed youth lightly smiled. Wuxia was shocked. He never imagined that the Corpse Man would be so young. How was this possible? However, appearance did not mean anything. After all, there were many treasures that could preserve one's appearance. What? The Corpse Man is actually in our Blood Cloud sect? It can't be, right? He's actually in our Blood Cloud sect? Does this mean that we're going to betray the Divine Ghost sect? This is bad. We will definitely be recognized as the Corpse Man's accomplice. Let's go. The surrounding disciples looked at each other. Although the Corpse Man was a legend, the Divine Ghost sect had a manifestation realm expert. If the Divine Ghost sect knew about this, the Blood Cloud sect would definitely be annihilated. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was protected by a few inner disciples of the Divine Ghost sect, felt his heart tremble violently. It's indeed the Corpse Man. His voice is exactly the same. Yi Xian immediately recognized him. He immediately used his eye of revelation and discovered that there was a ghost fetus in the Corpse Man's body. The Corpse Man was also a ghost corpse. Don't be surprised. I was originally a disciple of the Divine Ghost sect. Later on, I obtained the inheritance of a certain senior in the Corpse King Hall. Then, I merged the 2 factions into one and created the Ghost Corpse. The Corpse Man slowly said, "It's undeniable that my ghost corpse is much stronger than your ghost spirits and battle corpses." The ghost corpse was the combination of ghost spirits and battle corpses. However, it was alive and even stronger than the 2. Not only that, but the ghost corpse could also be improved by using the ghost fetus method. It was easier to improve compared to battle corpses and ghost spirits. It was also because of this that the Corpse Man was wanted by both parties. It was because of his method of refining ghost corpses. Even so, do you think that I will definitely lose today? Wuxia looked around and his face darkened. 9 8th grade spirit disaster experts and a 9th grade spirit disaster corpse man. Even if Elder Wuxia had wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. However, his tone gave others the feeling that he had a trump card. Haha, could it be that Elder Gu still has a trump card? The corpse Taoist suddenly laughed and said, "I originally wanted to lure a brat to the Blood Cloud sect, but I never thought that a 9th grade spirit disaster elder would come. Just nice, I can refine you into a ghost corpse and use it to fight against the sect of the God of Ghost. You can give it a try." Wuxiao's face was dark. He did have a trump card, but he would have to pay a huge price after using it. Your trump card is the Divine Ghost transformation of the Divine Ghost sect, right? The Corpse Man seemed to have seen through it as he said, "The Divine Ghost transformation allows you to forcefully merge with a ghost spirit of the same level to increase your cultivation. But after using it, the death chi in your body will be too powerful and it will deprive you of your vitality. There is a possibility of you dying instantly. May I know which stage Elder Gu has reached in the Divine Ghost transformation art?" He was once a disciple of the Divine Ghost sect, so he naturally knew about this move. Although he was exposed, it was still within Wuxiao's expectations. He summoned his 2 ghost spirits and coldly said, "Since you know, then I will show you the power of my Divine Ghost sect." Divine Ghost transformation. When Wuxiao's voice rang out, everyone saw the two ghost spirits by his side tremble. Shortly after, they turned into a black mist and entered his body. In an instant, a powerful death qi surged out from his body. This death qi spread out, causing the surrounding people to feel uncomfortable. At the same time, Guxiaolei's face turned dark as black lines crawled on his face. This was his blood vessels turning black, making him look extremely ferocious. Two ghost spirits of the same level? The corpse man was astonished and couldn't help raising his brows. Chapter 1054. Using the ghost god transformation, one could instantly refine the ghost spirits and use the resulting death qi to strengthen oneself. Refining one ghost spirit and fusing it into one's body would result in the risk of death. If one tried to forcefully fuse two ghost spirits, then it would be a 90% chance of survival. From the looks of it, Guxiaolei was already prepared to die in battle. However, the corpse Taoist wasn't afraid because the surrounding people were all his men. Corpse Taoist, today, I'll help the ghost god sect to kill you. Guxiaolei roared. If you want my inheritance, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush. The corpse Taoist revealed a crafty smile. Let's not talk nonsense. That. Guxiaolei wielded his long sword and charged towards the corpse Taoist. You're not qualified to fight with me. The corpse Taoist coldly said. In the next instant, the 9 8th grade spirit disaster experts made their move. Because the 5 ghost corpses had ghost embryos, they couldn't control the ghost spirits. However, the Blood Cloud Sect's sect master and the other 3 could. Overall, there were more than 10 8th grade spirit disaster experts and Guxiaolei was only a single person. Although Guxiaolei seemed to be the weaker party, after refining 2 9th grade spirit disaster ghosts, his strength had increased by at least 2 folds. Go! The Blood Cloud Sect's sect master and the other 3 8th grade spirit disaster experts charged forward. Apart from that, there were also the corpse Taoist's 5 ghost corpses. So what if you have more people? 100 ghost rush. Guxiaolei roared as the death aura he emitted suddenly increased. Shortly after, countless black figures rushed out from his body. This move was something that Yi Xian had seen in the 100 Ghost sect before. However, its power was more than 10 times stronger than the middle-aged ghost spirit. Not good. The faces of the Blood Cloud Sect's sect master and the others changed. They had heard of the ghost god transformation, but they had never heard of the 100 Ghost Rush after using the ghost god transformation. The 100 Ghost Rush could only be used by ghost spirits. Furthermore, it could only be used at the cost of heavily damaging the spirit body. However, Guxiaolei was using the life force in his body as the price. This move consumed a large amount of his life force, just like when Yi Xian used the dragon capturing hand. Elder Guxiaolei didn't have much lifespan to begin with. Now that he had used this move, he would definitely die this time. However, as long as he could kill the corpse man, everything would be worth it. Countless black figures flew out and with lightning speed, they heavily injured the people on the corpse ghost Taoist side. The heads and embryos of the 3 ghost corpses were blown apart, and all the ghost spirits were wiped out. Even the 3 8th grade spirit disaster elders of the Blood Cloud sect had fallen. After this move, only the Blood Cloud sect's sect master and the 2 ghost corpses were left. So strong. Everyone present was stunned, including Yi Xian. However, this move could only be used by spirits, so even if he had the Eye of Revelation, it was useless for him to copy it down. To be able to kill more than 10 people in an instant, Guxiaolei's strength was evident. Not bad, not bad. As expected of an elder of the sect of the God of Ghosts. The corners of the corpse man's mouth curled up slightly as he nodded in satisfaction. He didn't seem to have any intention of joining the fight. However, the Blood Cloud sect's sect master was nearly scared out of his wits. If it wasn't for his good luck, he would have died under that move as well. Corpse man, why aren't you joining the fight? The Blood Cloud sect's sect master anxiously shouted. This time, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the sect of the God of Ghosts. Since the matter had already been exposed, he could only follow the corpse man in the future. No, if the corpse man still didn't join the fight, Guxiaolei would directly twist his head off. It wasn't certain if he would be able to survive this battle. There's still some use for you guys. Fine, I'll let you guys witness the strength of the corpse man. The moment the corpse man finished speaking, he took out a 10,000 ghost banner and summoned a ghost spirit. This ghost spirit was at 9th grade spirit disaster, but the corpse man was also a ghost corpse, so he couldn't control this ghost spirit. Huff huff. After the ghost spirit of 9th grade spirit disaster appeared, it pounced towards the corpse man unexpectedly. The corpse ghost Taoist grabbed the ghost spirit's head. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. The ghost spirit turned into a cloud of black fog and entered the corpse man's body. What? This scene shocked everyone present. Isn't this the ghost god transformation? How is this possible? Wuxia roared. At this moment, the death chi in the corpse ghost man's body skyrocketed, and an eerie aura spread out. His face was also covered with those ferocious black patterns. This was the death chi that had merged with his blood, turning his blood vessels black. How is this not possible? The corpse man cracked a grin. He had a ghost embryo in his body. Although he couldn't control the ghost spirit, he could use the ghost god transformation. Most importantly, after using the ghost god transformation, there wouldn't be any side effects. This was because there was a large amount of death chi in the ghost corpse. Elder Gua, I'll let you see my strength. The corpse man sneered. His figure flashed as he charged towards Wuxia. Wuxia had refined 2 ghost spirits, while the corpse man had only refined 1. However, the aura of the 2 seemed to be about the same. I never thought that the corpse man would be so powerful. If I were to face the corpse man, I wouldn't have any chance of winning. Yi Xian looked at the 2 figures emitting sinister auras and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Right now, he could only deal with an 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. Furthermore, he had to use his trump cards. How was it possible for him to face the corpse man? However, he still wanted to see the outcome of this battle. As long as Wuxia was defeated, he would immediately leave. Although the rewards of the chain mission were pretty good, he couldn't defeat the corpse man. Furthermore, there were still 10 days left, so there was no need for him to risk his life. Comparing the rewards of the chain mission to the 2 clones, the 2 clones were naturally more important. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of Wuxia and the corpse man's battle could be heard from afar. Both of them had used the ghost god transformation, and this battle seemed to be evenly matched. As for the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect and the other 2 ghost corpses, they could only watch from afar. They couldn't interfere in a battle of this level. As for the surrounding disciples and 7th grade spirit disaster elders, they could only watch obediently. But at this moment, there were already many disciples who had left. The corpse man was infamous. He had massacred many forces and was exposed. If Elder Wuxia was defeated, wouldn't the Blood Cloud sect be massacred as well? In order to not get involved in this mess, those disciples had already left. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was watching from afar, suddenly had a flash in his eyes. His motive for entering the land of the dead was to kill the corpse man. Now that the corpse man was right in front of him, it was a good opportunity to make his move. Although his current strength wasn't enough, he suddenly thought of something at this moment. Earlier, he had copied the ghost god transformation. Chapter 1055. The Divine Ghost Transformation was a secret technique of the Divine Ghost sect. Even the elders of the Divine Ghost sect might not know it. The corpse ghost Taoist only learned it after killing an elder of the Divine Ghost sect. Since Yi Xian also knew the Divine Ghost Transformation, wouldn't his strength increase by leaps and bounds if he refined higher-grade ghost spirits? Elder Gua refined 2 ghost spirits of the same grade, while the corpse ghost Taoist refined 1. I'm currently at 5th grade spirit disaster. If I use the Divine Ghost Transformation and refine ghost spirits of the same grade, along with my trump cards, I might be able to fight with the corpse ghost Taoist. Although the plan wasn't bad, Yi Xian still hesitated. Previously, the corpse ghost Taoist had said that the Divine Ghost Transformation carried a great risk and there was a possibility of death. No, the corpse ghost Taoist has also used it, so he must have a way to resolve this crisis. Furthermore, I have the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life in my body, so I should be able to resolve the remaining death aura in my body. Thinking about this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. There were still a few corpses in front of him. If he were to obtain the Universe Ring and kill the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect, his strength would increase by a large margin, or even break through. Furthermore, he still had 2 devouring points. At the most, he could just use them all at the crucial moment. This time, he must kill the corpse ghost Taoist. All of you, go and delay the 3 of them. Yi Xian gave the order to the 10 disciples of the Ghost God sect who were at the 7th level of spirit disaster. When the 10 of them received the order, they immediately charged out. They were all inner disciples of the Divine Ghost sect, elites. It shouldn't be a problem for the 10 of them to delay the sect master of the Blood Cloud sect and the other 2 8th-grade spirit disaster ghost corpses. Young master, I want to fight as well, Luo Luo said from within the spatial ring. Your cultivation isn't high enough, so it's best for you to stay here. Yi Xian did not let Luo Luo out. After saying that, he swiftly charged out. Their actions instantly attracted the attention of others, including the elders of the Blood Cloud sect. Disciples of the Divine Ghost sect? I might not be able to defeat Wuxia, but do you think I can't deal with you guys? The sect master of the Blood Cloud sect snorted and charged out. At the same time, the 2 ghost corpses did the same. In an instant, the 10 7th-grade spirit disasters of the Ghost God sect started fighting with the 3 of them. On the other side, Yi Xian took advantage of the chaos to collect the interspatial rings. Wow, that brat's guts are too big. He's actually trying to steal things at this juncture? What should we do? Should we help the sect leader or run away? I don't want to stay any longer. I don't want to be killed by the corpse man. Immediately, many Blood Cloud sect disciples left. However, there were 3 corpses of the Blood Cloud cult's elders and 2 ghost corpses of 8th-grade spirit disaster. There was no need to mention the value of those corpses. They had been attracted by the battle earlier, but now that they saw what Yi Xian was doing, their eyes lit up. Bastard, you actually dare to steal the remnants of my Blood Cloud cult's elder? A Blood Cloud cult elder charged out. Keep the goodies within the family. After that Blood Cloud cult elder, 2 more people jumped out. 3 7th-grade spirit disaster experts charged towards Yi Xian. You dare to be arrogant with mere 7th-grade spirit disaster experts? A golden light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Eye of Glory. Not only that, a netherworld 10,000 ghosts banner appeared in his hand as he summoned 2 ghost spirits of 5th-grade spirit disaster. Ghost God Transformation. Yi Xian pressed one of his hands on the heads of the 2 ghost spirits. At the same time, he circulated the Ghost God Transformation and refined the 2 ghost spirits. 2 wisps of black mist flowed into his palm, and his aura instantly increased by several folds. However, the Ghost God Transformation under the Eye of Glory was different from the one used by Wuxia and the Corpse Man. The patterns on his face weren't black, but gold. So strong. At this moment, Yi Xian could only feel boundless energy. Ding. The death aura in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. The system notified. No danger to my life? Yi Xian's brows twitched as he summoned another ghost spirit of 5th-grade spirit disaster and used the Ghost God Transformation to refine it. Ding. The death aura in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian did not dare to continue refining. Right now, the death aura in his body had reached the upper limit. Even the Divine Tree of Life bloodline could not suppress it. If he were to refine more ghost spirits, he would exceed the limit. However, the 3 ghost spirits allowed Yi Xian's strength to increase by at least 3 folds. Yi Xian swiftly made his move. With a sweep of the white bone sword in his hand, hundreds of black figures pounced out. The ferocious ghosts cried out. What? Ghost God Transformation? The 3 Blood Cloud cult elders were shocked. It was one thing for Wuxia and the Corpse Man to use the Ghost God Transformation, but why did Yi Xian, a 5th-grade spirit disaster brat, use it as well? Furthermore, he refined 3 ghost spirits in one go? Just when they were overwhelmed with shock, the ferocious ghosts had already surrounded them. In less than a second, the 3 of them were clawed to death by the ferocious ghosts. Their severed limbs fell to the ground as a rain of flesh and blood fell from the sky, killing 3 7th-grade Spirit Disaster Blood Cloud cult elders with a single strike. Even Yi Xian was shocked by his strength. Good! Yi Xian roared in his heart as he swiftly collected the spoils of war. His strength had increased once again, but it was still unable to allow him to break through to 6th-grade Spirit Disaster. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the Blood Cloud cult's patriarch. Although the Blood Cloud cult's patriarch was at 8th-grade Spirit Disaster, he was still a patriarch. Furthermore, he did not go out often, so the value of the items in the universe ring should not be low. Kill! Yi Xian did not hesitate as he charged towards the Blood Cloud cult's patriarch. Where did this brat come from? The Blood Cloud cult's patriarch was shocked. Killing 3 7th-grade Spirit Disaster Elders with a single strike was something that he could do, but Yi Xian was only at 5th-grade Spirit Disaster. Furthermore, Yi Xian could use the Ghost God transformation and refined more ghost spirits than Wuxia. How was this possible? However, the one who was the most shocked was the corpse ghost Taoist. Earlier on, Yi Xian had used the appearance-changing mask to conceal his aura, so he did not notice Yi Xian. But now that Yi Xian had made a move, his identity had been exposed. So you're here as well? Today, I will take care of all of you in one fell swoop. The corpse ghost Taoist roared as he suddenly slashed his sword at Yi Xian. In an instant, countless ferocious ghosts pounced out. The ferocious ghosts cried out, "I've been recognized?" Yi Xian frowned his brows. Facing over 100 ferocious ghosts, he knew that he had to use his trump card. This battle was extremely important, so he had to use all his trump cards. Summon the Golden War God. Chapter 1056. A gigantic golden sword descended, and although it only managed to slash apart a few ferocious ghosts, the immense pressure instantly caused all of them to explode. Bang! 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 Seeing this scene, the corpse man was also slightly stunned. He originally thought that Yi Xian would need to use the dragon capturing hand to resist, but he didn't expect Yi Xian's strength to increase so much. He did intentionally reveal the Blood Cloud sect to Yi Xian, and he also guessed that Yi Xian might reveal this to the sect of the God of Ghost. At that time, it wouldn't matter if the sect of the God of Ghost sent people to investigate, because he was hiding in a very secluded place. However, this time, the sect of the God of Ghost sent Wuxia, an elder who wanted to steal the credit, so he showed himself. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would dare to come to the Blood Cloud sect. He was really walking into a trap. Capture that brat! The corpse man shouted. Now, Elder Wuxia also noticed Yi Xian. Although he didn't know where Yi Xian came from, they were obviously on the same side. The corpse man wanted to capture Yi Xian, and he was fighting with the corpse man. An enemy's enemy is a friend, and Wuxia still understood this principle. After hearing the corpse man's words, the Blood Cloud sect's sect leader's eyes flashed, and he rushed towards Yi Xian. Good timing! Yi Xian also wanted to kill the Blood Cloud sect's sect leader. What a coincidence! The Blood Cloud sect's sect leader didn't know about Yi Xian's trump card, and was charging towards the latter aggressively. However, at this moment, Luo suddenly appeared, and 100 doppelgangers immediately appeared. At the same time, Yi Xian reached out with both hands. Dragon capturing hand. Dragon capturing hand. 2 golden palms suddenly appeared, catching the Blood Cloud sect's sect leader off guard. Before he could react, he was grabbed by the 2 large hands, and a crisp sound immediately rang out. Kacha! The sect leader of the Blood Cloud sect raised his head and cried out in pain. Only now did he understand why the corpse man wanted him to capture Yi Xian. It turned out that Yi Xian actually knew a divine ability. However, it was already too late for him to realize this. 7-colored demon fire. Countless 7-colored lotuses entered the body of the Blood Cloud sect's sect master. Luo, don't blow up the universe ring, Yi Xian hurriedly reminded her. Last time in Nether City, Luo blew up a bunch of yin and yang rings, so Yi Xian had no choice but to retreat. If he made another mistake this time, he would be in deep trouble. Don't worry, young master. Luo laughed confidently. In the next moment, the Blood Cloud sect's sect leader's body emitted a 7-colored radiance. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the Blood Cloud Sect's sect leader spurted out a mouthful of blood. This time around, Luoluo had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been blasted into smithereens. However, he could only delay for a second. What he had to face next was hundreds of heaven-shocking swords. Whoosh! 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 The heaven-shocking swords swept over. Because the Blood Cloud Sect's sect leader was controlled by the two golden dragon-capturing hands, his body was about to explode. How could he still have the strength to defend? A crisp sound rang out as the Blood Cloud Sect's sect leader's head was tossed into the air. Immediately after, the two golden dragon-capturing hands threw the corpse towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian instantly turned into a stream of light and took the Blood Cloud Sect's sect leader's yin and yang ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 6th grade spirit disaster. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. Right now, he already had the qualifications to fight with the Corpse Ghost Man. Corpse Ghost Man, let's fight. Yi Xian shouted angrily. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. As long as he killed the Corpse Ghost Man, he would have completed the chain random mission. At that time, Wei Zhentian would be able to advance. Furthermore, there would be a growth contract. However, he had to kill the Corpse Ghost Man first. Brat, do you think that you have the qualifications to fight with me now? The Corpse Ghost Man's eyes flickered as he suddenly summoned a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit from the 10,000 ghost banner. Ghost God transformation. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed drastically. The Corpse Ghost Man had already refined a ghost spirit of the same level. If he were to refine another ghost spirit, the gap between their strengths would be widened again. Wei Zhentian, Golden Armored Battle God, go. Yi Xian was prepared to interrupt the Corpse Ghost Man. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion towards the Corpse Ghost Man. A golden dragon capturing hand appeared once again. However, he was still a step too slow. The Corpse Ghost Man had already flashed far away and absorbed the black fog into his body. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Guxiaolei's face changed as he summoned a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit from the 10,000 ghost banner. Ghost God transformation. Guxiaolei actually wanted to refine 3 ghost spirits of the same level. The Corpse Ghost Man's face finally changed. Guxiaolei had actually refined 3 ghost spirits of the same level. This was completely out of his expectations. Brat, I only have 3 seconds. Guxiaolei absorbed the black fog into his body and his aura skyrocketed like the Corpse Ghost Man's. Old man, since you're tired of living, I'll fulfill your wish. The Corpse Ghost Man's eyes flickered. Although Guxiaolei only had 3 seconds, as long as he escaped and dodged these 3 seconds, victory would be his. However, the arrogance in his bones would not allow him to do so. He had already hidden for so long. Since he had already shown himself today, how could he continue to hide? Kill! The Corpse Ghost Man charged forward. When Yi Xian heard Guxiaolei's words, his face turned pale. 3 seconds. He only had 3 seconds left. After 3 seconds, Guxiaolei would die suddenly. Fight it out. Seeing the two of them refining the ghost spirits and turning them into death aura to increase their strength, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered anymore and summoned another ghost spirit. This time, it was a ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster. Ding! The death aura in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. The system notified. At this moment, Yi Xian recalled that he had already broken through to 6th grade spirit disaster and could refine ghost spirits of the same level. Previously, when Yi Xian broke through, the effect of the divine tree of life increased and the death aura in his body dropped from 90% to 30%. Now that he had refined another ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster, his death aura had increased to 60%, which was only an increase of 30%. This meant that he could refine one more ghost spirit. Haha, Corpse Ghost Man, you still won't die this time? Yi Xian roared as he summoned another ghost spirit of 6th grade spirit disaster and refined it. Ding! The death aura in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. As long as the death aura didn't reach 100%, Yi Xian wouldn't have any problems. Chapter 1057. Even though the Eye of Glory had suppressed the aura of death, the current Yi Xian exuded a sinister aura. Even the golden lines on his face had dimmed quite a bit. However, to be safe, Yi Xian decided to use his precious devouring points. Ding! Gemini bloodline strengthening successful. Ding! Gemini bloodline strengthening successful. After 2 notifications, the strength of the Gemini bloodline had increased from 30% to 50%. This battle was extremely important. Dai, Corpse Taoist. Yi Xian, whose strength had increased once again, charged towards the corpse man. This time, the corpse man panicked. Go! Seeing that Yi Xian had refined the 5 ghost spirits, the corpse man immediately turned around and ran. Although he didn't want to do so, his body was controlled by his conditioned reflex. You finally want to run? Stay here. Yi Xian shouted angrily as his hands suddenly stretched out. When the golden dragon-catching hands appeared, the corpse man's face sank. He quickly stopped and dodged the attack. However, he was caught by the second golden dragon-catching hands. Open! The corpse man immediately released the deathly aura in his body and tried to break free from the golden dragon-catching hands. However, another golden dragon-catching hand appeared at this moment. The first dragon-catching hand had drained Yi Xian's true qi and overdrafted his life force. However, Yi Xian was already at 6th grade spirit disaster. His true qi was sufficient to execute the golden dragon-catching hands. Even if he overdrafted his life force, it wouldn't be much. Furthermore, he still had the immortal spring water in his devouring space. After the 2 golden dragon-catching hands firmly grasped the corpse man's body continuously emitted crisp sounds. However, the corpse man had already fused with the perfect ghost fetus, so he started to repair his bones. However, one shouldn't forget that Wuxia was also fighting with the corpse man. Corpse man, die! Wuxia's eyes flickered as he gathered all the deathly aura in his body on his left fist. Not good. Yi Xian's face sank. The power of this move was probably unprecedented. The corpse man better not be killed by it. The secret technique of the sect of the God of Ghost, the fist of the God of Ghost. Wuxia exhausted the last of his strength and punched out. A gloomy black fist shadow swept out from his withered fist. This punch instantly sucked away all of Wuxia's remaining life force. By the time this punch was unleashed, he had already died. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. Although he really wanted the corpse man to die, for the sake of the chain of random missions, he had to kill the corpse man himself. If the corpse Taoist died under this punch, the quest system would not accept it. Dragon capturing hand, go! Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He immediately controlled the 2 golden dragon capturing hands and flicked them upwards. The corpse man's face was ashen. He seemed to have seen his own death. Wuxia's last punch was enough to kill him. But at this critical moment, he suddenly felt that his body had moved up half a step. Boom! Yi Xian's movements were still a bit too slow. The corpse Taoist was still struck by the ghost god's fist, but fortunately, only the lower half of the corpse Taoist's body was destroyed by the ghost god's fist. Not only that, but Yi Xian's 2 golden dragon capturing hands were also destroyed. In this way, not only did the corpse man not die, but he also escaped. Ha, I am free. The corpse man seemed to see hope again. Although the lower half of his body was destroyed, how could a person at his level die so easily? As long as his heart and brain were not destroyed, the ghost fetus could use the death aura to heal him. But at the moment when the corpse man turned around to escape, Yi Xian also used all the death aura in his body and punched out. Using what I have learned now, Ghost God Fist. The corpse man was still rejoicing that he was not dead, but in the next moment he saw the second Ghost God Fist. His smile disappeared as he was hit by this fatal punch. Bang! The corpse man's upper body was hit and instantly turned into dust, leaving only 2 arms. Finally dead. Yi Xian looked at the pair of bare arms in the air and heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but grin. Ding! The host has completed the chain random mission. Ding! Wei Zhentian has advanced. Ding! The host and Wei Zhentian have formed a co-growth contract. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row, causing Yi Xian to understand that the corpse Taoist was truly dead. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced at the item panel. Wei Zhentian had advanced from an Earth Overlord to an Earth Overlord. Not only that, even the return of 10,000 swords had a qualitative leap from 100 swords to 1,000 swords. However, the cooldown time was extended from 1 day to 3 days. Damn, the cooldown time was extended? Yi Xian was helpless. The return of 10,000 swords originally only had a cooldown time of 1 day, but with Wei Zhentian's advancement, the return of 10,000 swords had increased from 100 swords to 1,000 swords, which was 10 times more powerful. However, the cooldown time was also increased from 1 day to 3 days, which was 72 hours, which was equivalent to 72 hours. Forget it, the return of 10,000 swords has greatly increased its power. It will be a super trump card in the future. At this point, it was useless for Yi Xian to complain about it. Ding! The co-growth contract has been successfully signed. At this time, the system notification sounded again. This was the other reward for completing the chain random mission of killing the corpse man. After signing the co-growth contract, Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian had an even more miraculous relationship. In the future, when Yi Xian devoured ores, supreme spiritual treasures and other things, Wei Zhentian would also improve, and vice versa. In short, Wei Zhentian's improvement speed would be much faster from now on. Now, the corpse man was killed by Yi Xian. His heart, head, and ghost fetus were all destroyed by the ghost god fist. It was impossible for him to be revived. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding Blood Cloud sect disciples, who were shocked speechless. However, Yi Xian did not forget one thing, which was the corpse man's interspatial ring. Immediately, he dashed over and took off the corpse man's interspatial ring. However, what surprised him was that there was nothing special in the corpse man's interspatial ring except for the 10,000 ghosts banner, ghost fetus, and some refining materials. Where's the method to refine the ghost corpse? Yi Xian opened his eyes wide and carefully checked again, but he did not find anything. The corpse man combined ghost spirits and battle corpses to refine a new type of fighting force, the ghost corpse. It was also because of this that he was wanted by the Ghost God sect and the Corpse King Palace. In order to refine the ghost corpse, one had to plant the ghost fetus in the human body. Almost everyone in the land of the dead knew how to refine the ghost fetus. Yi Xian had obtained the method to refine the ghost fetus after controlling the iron-faced ghost corpse, which was Yuan Wuxin. However, he did not have the method to plant the ghost fetus in the human body, so he could not refine the ghost corpse. Chapter 1058. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sounds of battle in the distance fell into Yi Xian's ears. The corpse Taoist still had 2 ghost corpses of 8th grade spirit disaster left. After the corpse Taoist died, the 2 ghost corpses immediately turned tail and ran. Eye of control. Yi Xian hastily opened his eyes. Soon, the 2 ghost corpses were controlled. Yi Xian rushed over and swept through the 2 ghost corpses' spatial rings, but he still couldn't find the corpse Taoist's inheritance. Do you know the method to refine ghost corpses? Yi Xian asked. However, the 2 ghost corpses shook their heads repeatedly. Then did you recover your memories before you were refined into ghost corpses? Yi Xian asked again. Then, the 2 ghost corpses nodded. In that case, the corpse Taoists sealed their memories. If that's the case, Feng Wuchen should have recovered as well. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. The corpse Taoist's inheritance didn't have much effect on him. He only killed the corpse Taoist to restore Feng Wuchen to normal. No matter what, this matter had finally come to an end. Although we didn't find the corpse Taoist's inheritance, he must have hidden it somewhere. Search. Yi Xian shouted in a low voice. Although he wasn't interested in the corpse Taoist's inheritance, the corpse Taoist had slaughtered countless factions. He must have a lot of wealth. If he found it, he might be able to break through again. Immediately, the 10 disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost and the 2 ghost corpses quickly rushed out and began their search. At the same time, the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect had already retreated from the sect and didn't dare to move forward. Ding! The ghost god transformation's effect has ended. The death aura is weakening. Yi Xian heard another system notification. He had to admit that the ghost god transformation was much more useful than the Beast King Rampage. The Beast King Rampage could only increase one's strength. It was useful during the human body disaster. However, Yi Xian didn't have the time to collect corpses in the later stages. Moreover, increasing one's strength was useless. Yi Xian's recent battles had all been in the air, relying on his trump cards. Increasing the toughness of his physical body would not increase his strength by much. The ghost god transformation allowed one to refine ghost spirits and convert them into death chi to increase one's strength. Not only could it strengthen one's physical body, but it could also be used as Xianxia. Although this move had side effects on others, and a moment of carelessness could result in a backlash from the death aura, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. As long as the death aura did not reach the upper limit, he would be fine. The divine ghost transformation is the secret technique of the divine ghost sect. Now that I've learned it, if the divine ghost sect finds out. No, with my current strength, I don't need to fear the divine ghost sect at all, unless a manifestation realm expert personally comes. All of a sudden, Yi Xian's confidence exploded. He knew that the Ghost God sect and Corpse King Palace in the Land of the Dead both possessed manifestation realm combat strength. The one in the sect of the God of Ghosts was a ghost spirit, while the one in the Corpse King Palace was a 1,000-year corpse king. However, both of them were dead, so their combat strength was much weaker than a true manifestation realm expert. Wanxiang realm experts possessed the power of Wanxiang. This power of Wanxiang was a bit similar to the wind force space that Yi Xian comprehended when he was in the Nihility God realm. However, the power of Wanxiang was 10,000 times stronger than the wind force space. It could move mountains and seas and even move islands. Yi Xian had also heard of the strength of a manifestation realm expert, so he did not think that he could defeat a manifestation realm expert. There was a saying in the Land of the Dead, "Those below the manifestation realm are all ants." Now, Yi Xian's subordinates had all gone out to search, but just in case, he had to search once himself. After all, he had the perceptive eye. However, at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated, and the entire blood cloud sect seemed to be trembling. No, it was not seemed, it was really trembling. An explosive shout entered everyone's ears, shaking their hearts and souls. Underground? Yi Xian was shocked. He felt that the sound came from underground. Could it be that there was a ferocious saint beast under the blood cloud sect? Immediately, he quickly flew into the distance. He felt that something was about to come out from under the blood cloud sect. Young master, from the sound of it, it seems to be quite big. Luo Luo, who was kept in Yi Xian's storage space, reminded him. Yi Xian nodded. He did not know if the corpse ghost man or the blood cloud sect had put this big thing underground. Rumble. After that beast roar, the entire blood cloud sect's mountain collapsed. Not long later, the entire blood cloud sect split open from the middle, and a huge creature crawled out from the ground. It was a humanoid creature with bull horns. Its entire body was dark brown, and it looked a little like the barbaric bull demon that Yi Xian had seen before. No, it was a barbaric bull demon. It had the head of a bull, the hooves of a bull, and the body of a human. However, it was several times bigger than the barbaric bull demon that Yi Xian had seen before. It was at least 1,000 meters tall. Yi Xian subconsciously scanned it with his eye of revelation. In the next moment, he was shocked. There was actually a huge ghost fetus in this barbaric bull demon's body. Even if Yi Xian was magnified 10 times, he would not be able to compare to this ghost fetus. Holy shit! Yi Xian could not help but exclaim. The ghost fetus that he had seen before was only the size of a thumb. This ghost fetus was not the size of a fist, but was even bigger than a human. How many ghost fetus did it take? At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood why the corpse Taoist had collected so many ghost fetus and still had ghost corpses at the 8th grade spirit disaster. It turned out that he had used all of them on this barbaric bull demon. The strength of this barbaric bull demon corpse was probably even stronger than the corpse Taoist himself. This was because it was the corpse Taoist's secret weapon. However, with the fall of the corpse Taoist, this barbaric bull demon regained its freedom. Therefore, it broke through the blood cloud sect and drilled out from the ground. Boom! When this barbaric bull demon took a step, the entire ground seemed to tremble. It looked around and its terrifyingly huge eyes stared at the blood cloud sect's disciples that had yet to escape. It's the barbaric bull demon. It's the barbaric bull demon that the Corpse King Palace captured half a year ago. Barbaric bull demon? Is it that quasi-heaven connecting beast that killed several ninth-layer divine soul corpses of the Corpse King Palace? Wasn't this quasi-heaven connecting beast captured by the Corpse King Palace half a year ago and then sent back to the Corpse King Palace? Why would it appear here? It must have been intercepted by the corpse Taoist halfway and refined into a ghost corpse. However, why would it appear under our blood cloud sect? A few months ago, our blood cloud sect had many huge earthquakes. Could it be that the corpse Taoist secretly moved it under our blood cloud sect? The blood cloud sect's disciples were all shocked. However, in the next moment, they were so scared that they fled. Bang! When this barbaric bull demon corpse saw the humans, it immediately charged towards them. Chapter 1059. This demonic barbaric bull wasn't dead to begin with. It was only captured by the Corpse King Palace. Although it was refined into a ghost corpse, it was still controlled by the corpse man. Now that the corpse man was dead, it regained its freedom. At this moment, Xianxia saw the demonic barbaric bull moving. In an instant, the demonic barbaric bull rushed to the front of the group of disciples and slapped. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds resounded as the barbaric bull ghost corpse smashed more than 10 blood cloud sect disciples into pieces with a single slap. Everyone run! The blood cloud sect disciples all retreated. However, there were always some who didn't care about their lives and chose to attack. However, their attacks couldn't even break through the demonic barbaric bull's defense. This demonic barbaric bull was the corpse man's secret weapon to contend against the ghost god sect. However, the corpse man couldn't use it in the end and was killed by Xianxia with a single punch. Quasi-heaven connecting beast? When Xianxia heard the cries of the blood cloud sect disciples and saw the demonic barbaric bull's strength, his body couldn't help but tremble. Heaven-connecting beasts were above the transcendent saint beasts. Although this demonic barbaric bull was only a quasi-heaven-connecting beast, it was still much stronger than a transcendent saint beast of 9th grade spirit disaster. This demonic barbaric bull was meticulously refined by the corpse man and is invincible. There is also a huge ghost fetus in its body. Its strength is probably comparable to a manifestation realm expert. Xianxia swallowed his saliva. If this demonic barbaric bull was allowed to kill its way to the ghost god sect, the ghost god sect would probably be in chaos. Unless the ghost spirit ancestor made a move, they wouldn't be able to do anything to this demonic barbaric bull. Young master, this big guy seems to be very powerful. Should we go? Luo asked beside him. The demonic barbaric bull is still a saint beast. If I devour it, I might be able to break through. Xianxia thought in his heart. However, this demonic barbaric bull was stronger than the corpse man. Moreover, he had already used all his trump cards. It wouldn't be easy to kill this demonic barbaric bull. However, he had just learned a new powerful martial art, the divine ghost transformation. Perhaps he would be able to put up a fight. Luo, I'm going to meet this barbaric bull demon. After Xianxia finished speaking, he summoned 3 ghost spirits from the netherworld 10,000 ghosts banner. These 3 ghost spirits were all at 6th grade spirit disaster. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 30%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. Ding. The death chi in the host's body is at 60%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is at 90%. There is no danger to the host's life at the moment. 3 notifications rang out consecutively. Xianxia had refined 3 spirits of the same level, and his strength had skyrocketed. At the same time, black patterns had appeared on his face. The ghost god transformation was very useful to him. Others might have died, but his life force was vigorous. As long as the death chi didn't suppress the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he would be fine. At that moment, Yi Xian attacked again. "Young master, be careful," Luo Luo hastily reminded him. She was no longer able to participate in a battle of this level, so she could only hide in the demonic artifact space. The barbaric bull demon also had a large amount of death chi in its body. After Yi Xian used the ghost god transformation, its huge head turned and saw Yi Xian dashing towards it. "Big guy, have a taste of this move." Yi Xian wielded the white bone sword in his left hand and slashed at the barbaric bull demon. In an instant, a violent wind blew. 100 ghosts pounced towards the barbaric bull demon. Although Yi Xian didn't use the Eye of Glory, the death chi in his body was vigorous. With the enhancement of the white bone sword, this move was enough to kill an 8th grade spirit disaster expert. However, the barbaric bull devil merely swatted the 100 ghosts away with a single slap of its hand. "You do have some ability. Have a taste of this move." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he kept the white bone sword in his left hand and gathered all the death chi in his body in his left hand. Secret technique of the Ghost God sect, Ghost God Fist. Boom! An eerie black fist blasted out. If this fist landed on a 9th grade spirit disaster expert, it would be enough to kill them. When the barbaric bull demon saw this move, it also raised its hand to block. But what made it flabbergasted was that its palm was pierced through by the Ghost God Fist. Boom! The Ghost God Fist pierced through the barbaric bull demon's palm and landed on its chest. The barbaric bull demon roared in pain as its chest caved in. The Ghost God Fist could be considered a quasi-divine ability. Although it was weaker than the dragon catcher hands, the advantage was that Yi Xian could use it without limit. Yi Xian's strength was explosive to be able to force the barbaric bull demon back with a single punch. However, the ghost fetus in the barbaric bull demon's body immediately took effect the moment it was injured. The barbaric bull demon's palm was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Let's see if my attack is stronger or if your recovery is faster." Yi Xian once again gathered the death chi and threw out a punch. Ghost God Fist. Another punch pierced through the air. The barbaric bull demon raised its other hand to block, but with a boom, its palm was pierced through once again. This time, the Ghost God Fist landed on the barbaric bull demon's head. Boom! The barbaric bull demon's body trembled as it fell backwards. But at this moment, it quickly stomped on the ground and stabilized itself. The two Ghost God Fists consumed 85% of the death chi in Yi Xian's body, leaving him with 4% remaining. "Didn't I kill you?" Again. Yi Xian did not hesitate as he summoned another 3 6th grade spirit disaster spirits. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 35%. There is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 65%. There is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The current death chi in the host's body is 95%. There is no danger to the host's life. In an instant, the death chi entered Yi Xian's body as he refined the 3 spirits. Following that, he threw out another Ghost God Fist. Boom! This punch was blocked by the barbaric bull demon, and in the blink of an eye, it recovered. But it was a pity that Yi Xian had comprehended the unity of man and sword through the high-grade sword comprehension pill, but it was only a unity of man and sword. Otherwise, the barbaric bull demon would have died under his hands. But Yi Xian was confident that he could kill the barbaric bull demon, because he could still use the Eye of Glory. The Eye of Glory's golden chi could increase the damage of the ghost corpses. If it was combined with the death chi in his body, he could definitely smash the barbaric bull demon's head. My eye power has yet to recover. If I use the Eye of Glory now, I will enter a blind state, and I won't be able to use the Eye of the Void. If anything happens, I won't be able to escape. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Ever since the battle in the 10,000 Flower Valley, he had been keeping an eye on himself. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would reserve some eye power to use the Eye of the Void. Chapter 1060. Ghost God Fist. Another Ghost God Fist was thrown out, but this time, it landed on the demonic barbaric bull's hoof. However, the hoof was much thicker than the demonic barbaric bull's palm, so it couldn't be penetrated. After the 2 Ghost God Fists, Yi Xian summoned another 3 6th grade spirit disaster ghosts and refined them. There was only a single word in his plan: delay. As long as he waited for his eye power to recover, the demonic barbaric bull would definitely die. Try this for a change: dragon capturing hand. This time, Yi Xian did not use the ghost god fist, but stretched out his claw. In the next instant, the demonic barbaric bull's hoof was grabbed by the dragon capturing hand. Even if the demonic barbaric bull's skin was thick, the dragon capturing hand still managed to pierce through its flesh. My cultivation isn't high enough. Otherwise, I would have thrown you. Yi Xian was somewhat helpless. As long as the demonic barbaric bull fell, he would be able to leap up and give the demonic barbaric bull 2 ghost god fists. This way, he wouldn't have to wait for the Eye of Glory. At this moment, there were still many Blood Cloud sects disciples that did not leave. They were dumbfounded as they watched the battle between the human and beast. Who is that person? Not only did he use the ghost god transformation, he even killed the corpse ghost Taoist with a single punch. Now, he's even fighting with the demonic barbaric bull? Unbelievable! He's actually at 6th grade spirit disaster, the same level as me. Compared to him, I'm just an ant. What kind of joke is this? He must be at 9th grade spirit disaster. He must have been secretly nurtured by the ghost god sect. Could it be that he's the holy son of the ghost god sect? Impossible. The holy son of the ghost god sect is a ghost spirit, and he's a human. Just as the Blood Cloud sect's disciples were discussing, a black figure suddenly flew over from afar. What a powerful aura! The Blood Cloud sect's disciples trembled as they turned their heads over. They realized that the black figure was an ancient palanquin. However, the 4 people that were carrying the palanquin weren't humans. They were 4 ghosts. Furthermore, they were 4 9th grade spirit disaster ghosts. Beside the palanquin was a white-haired old man. He stared at the barbaric bull in front of him and exclaimed, "Who is that brat? He actually knows my god of ghost sects, god of ghost transformation, and god of ghost fist?" The ghost god fist was similar to the 100 ghosts rampage. Only ghosts could use it because there was no death chi in the human body. However, after using the ghost god transformation, he would be able to use the ghost god fist. However, the 2 secret techniques of the sect of the god of ghosts had been stolen by someone he didn't know. He had to get to the bottom of this. Immediately, the white-haired old man quickly flew out and charged towards Yi Xian. Yes, they were heading straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who was fighting in the distance, raised his eyebrows when he sensed a powerful aura sweeping towards him. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that it was an elder of the god of ghosts sect. "Brat, you are not a disciple of the sect of the god of ghosts. Why do you know the god of ghosts transformation and the god of ghosts fist?" The white-haired old man flew over and asked in a questioning tone. "Elder Wuxia taught me." Yi Xian never imagined that he would encounter an elder of the god of ghosts sect. Furthermore, it was a 9th grade spirit disaster. This was too unfortunate. "Wuxia." The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows. He and Wuxia were both elders of the god of ghosts sect, so they naturally knew each other. Nonsense. Elder Wuxia is a righteous person. Why would he teach his sect's secret techniques to others? The white-haired old man clearly didn't believe him. When Yi Xian saw the white-haired old man, he stopped attacking and started to dodge. At this moment, the disciples of the god of ghosts sect under his control dashed over. "Greetings, Elder Qin." The disciples cupped their fists. "What are you guys doing here?" The white-haired old man asked in astonishment. Yi Xian discovered traces of the corpse ghost man, so Master brought us here to investigate. However, we didn't expect the corpse ghost man to be here. After a huge battle, Master and the corpse ghost man perished together. The long-haired young man hurriedly explained. He was Guxiaolei's disciple. Corpse ghost man. Hearing this name, Elder Qin shuddered and said, "Elder Guxiaolei and the corpse ghost man perished together? Then what about his inheritance?" The universe ring is on Yi Xian. This barbarian bull ghost corpse was refined by the corpse ghost man. It's incomparably powerful. The long-haired young man continued. Yi Xian. At this moment, Elder Qin finally noticed this name. He turned his head and looked at Yi Xian, saying, "Is he really Guxiaolei's personal disciple?" Elder Qin, we can all testify that Yi Xian is Guxiaolei's personal disciple. The other disciples of the God of Ghosts sect also stepped out to testify for Yi Xian. At this moment, Elder Qin was somewhat convinced. After all, there were disciples of other elders in front of him. All right, then I'll believe that this kid is Elder Guxiaolei's personal disciple. Elder Qin frowned and said, "This barbarian bull ghost corpse seems to be the quasi-heaven connecting beast that the Corpse King Palace lost half a year ago. So it was intercepted by the Corpse Ghost Man. Now that the Corpse Ghost Man is dead, this barbarian bull ghost corpse can't fall into the hands of the Corpse King Palace. In terms of threat, the Corpse King Palace was much more powerful than the Corpse Ghost Man. After all, the Corpse King Palace had the battle strength of the Manifestation Realm. This barbarian bull ghost corpse was a quasi-heaven connecting beast. If it fell into the hands of the Corpse King Palace and was carefully refined, it might be comparable to the Manifestation Realm. This would be a huge problem for the God of Ghosts sect. Therefore, the barbarian bull ghost corpse must be completely crushed. Kid, you attract its attention. I'll go crush it." Elder Qin shouted angrily and suddenly rose into the sky. Crush! Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this. He was going to devour this barbarian bull ghost corpse. If it was crushed, how could he devour it? Should I kill this Elder Qin? Such a thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. However, he suddenly noticed a strange palanquin in the distance. The 4 people carrying the palanquin were all 9th grade spirit disaster ghosts. Then, the person sitting in the palanquin was definitely not an ordinary person. Although his aura is only at 9th grade spirit disaster, he's definitely an expert. Could it be the Holy Son of the God of Ghosts sect? Yi Xian's brows twitched. The God of Ghosts sect had a Holy Son who was going to take over the position of sect master. However, this Holy Son of the God of Ghosts sect was the same as the ancestor. He was also a ghost spirit, but an enlightened one. In other words, he had the consciousness of a human. This Elder Qin was easy to deal with, but the Holy Son wasn't ordinary. If Yi Xian still had a trump card, it would be fine. However, he didn't even have the Eye of Glory, so it was better to forget about it. Forget it. Now that I've become a disciple that Elder Guxiaolei has privately accepted, my aptitude is above any genius of the God of Ghosts sect. Therefore I'll be fine. Yi Xian made a decision in his heart. Chapter 1061. With this, Yi Xian no longer needed to use the Ghost God transformation because Elder Qin had already used it. Ghost God transformation. Elder Qin directly devoured a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit, causing the death aura in his body to surge. Although Elder Guxiaolei is a 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit, the sect of the God of Ghost has existed for thousands of years. A 9th grade spirit disaster ghost spirit is nothing. Since Elder Qin is casually using the Ghost God transformation, he should have trained it to the 1st level. Yi Xian attracted the barbaric bull demon's attention as he looked at Elder Qin. His Ghost God transformation didn't have many levels, as long as his death aura didn't reach 100%. For others, as long as they reached the 1st level, they would be able to refine a ghost spirit of the same level without being affected. If they reached the 2nd level, they would be able to refine 2 ghosts easily. It was said that someone in the sect of the God of Ghost had reached the 3rd level of the Ghost God transformation, allowing them to refine 3 ghosts of the same level without being affected. Elder Guxiaolei hadn't even reached the 1st level, so he only had 3 seconds to refine 3 ghosts of the same level. After 3 seconds, he would die without a doubt. At this moment, Elder Qin had already arrived above the barbaric bull demon's head. The barbaric bull demon was pincered from 2 sides and seemed to be slightly powerless. Go to hell. Elder Qin circulated the death aura in his body, and after dodging the barbaric bull demon's slap, he threw out a punch. The Ghost God fist directly split open the barbaric bull demon's head and pierced through its brain. However, the barbaric bull demon was a ghost corpse. Although its brain and heart were its vital points, it would only be unable to move after being destroyed. As long as the ghost fetus was treated, it would be reborn. But right at this moment, Pff, After throwing out a punch, Elder Qin suddenly dove down and drilled into the barbaric bull demon's head. So that's how it is. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately understood Elder Qin's intention. The latter wanted to find the ghost fetus and destroy it. Although his eye energy wasn't enough to use the Eye of Glory, the Eye of Revelation had the lowest energy consumption. Relying on the Eye of Insight, Yi Xian directly saw Elder Qin, who had drilled into the barbarian ox demon's body, head down and begin to search for the enormous ghost fetus. Elder Qin, the ghost fetus is below your right chest. Yi Xian hastily shouted. When Elder Qin, who was inside the barbaric ox demon's body, heard this, he immediately tore open the barbaric ox demon's flesh and found the huge ghost fetus at the location Yi Xian had mentioned. Ghost God Fist. Elder Qin once again gathered the death chi and punched out. Bang! The ghost God Fist tore through the barbaric ox's body. At the same time, the ghost fetus inside the barbaric ox's corpse was also destroyed. The barbaric ox could no longer recover. Good chance. Outside, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Using the death energy in his body, he punched the barbaric bull demon's head again. Bang! The barbaric bull demon's head burst open, directly exploding, flesh and blood flying everywhere. In fact, this demonic bull ghost corpse hadn't been finished yet. In other words, the ghost man had overestimated his ability. After all, the ghost corpse Dao he had created was still too young compared to the sect of the God of Ghost and the Corpse King Palace, which had existed for thousands of years. In the sect of the God of Ghosts, there were at least 5 humans who could challenge this devilish corpse alone, not counting the ghost spirits who had lived for hundreds of years. If the ghost spirits' ancestors were included, there were at least 20 of them. Plop! The dead barbaric ox demon was like a mountain that smashed into the ground, causing the earth to shatter. However, Yi Xian had seen something even bigger back in Nether City. This 1,000-meter-tall barbaric ox demon was nothing compared to it. The ghost fetus was destroyed, and the barbaric ox demon's head burst open. It was already dead. Immediately, Elder Qin came out of the barbaric ox demon's body and directly put the dead barbaric ox demon into his yin and yang ring. This barbaric ox demon's corpse will be brought back to the ghost god sect for the sect master to deal with. No matter what, it cannot fall into the hands of the Corpse King Palace. Elder Qin thought to himself. The Corpse King Palace could not only refine human corpses, but also beast corpses. If they could obtain this quasi-heaven-reaching beast's corpse, there would be another super battle force. Fortunately, he encountered it. Kid, where is the corpse man's inheritance? After the barbaric ox demon died, Elder Qin immediately asked. Yi Xian did not say anything and directly threw the corpse man's yin and yang ring, as well as all his own yin and yang rings, to Elder Qin. Elder Qin sensed for a moment and found that Yi Xian did not have any more yin and yang rings, so he began to search through them. Unfortunately, there wasn't what he wanted inside. Where is the corpse man's inheritance? Elder Qin frowned and looked at Yi Xian, questioning him. I don't know. The moment the corpse man died, this barbaric ox demon corpse appeared. Yi Xian shook his head. He really did not obtain the corpse man's inheritance because he was not interested. Then it should be somewhere else. Search. Elder Qin did not say anything and directly turned to the Blood Cloud sect. Yi Xian also entered the Blood Cloud sect with the others to search for the corpse man's inheritance. However, Yi Xian felt that it would not be so easy. The corpse man combined ghost spirits and battle corpses to refine ghost corpses of a higher level. This was his blood, sweat, and tears. How could he give it up so easily? Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that the corpse man did not leave behind the refining method. Therefore, with his death, the method to refine ghost corpses was lost. This time, they spent more than half a day looking for him. During this time, Yi Xian constantly paid attention to the palanquin. This holy son of the God of Ghosts sect was quite arrogant. He did not even show up once. After half a day, Elder Qin and Yi Xian did not find anything. Forget it. The corpse man is extremely selfish. I'm afraid that he did not leave behind the refining method. However, the God of Ghosts sect captured ghost corpses before. I think we can research it ourselves. Let's not look for it. Elder Qin decided to give up. There were many experts in the God of Ghosts sect. There was even the ghost spirit ancestor who had lived for hundreds of years. They could refine ghost corpses with some time. Therefore, in the eyes of the God of Ghosts sect and the Corpse King Palace, the corpse man was actually a clown. He was not valued at all. The God of Ghosts sect's attention had always been on the Corpse King Palace. Of course, if the corpse man was given a few years to refine more powerful ghost corpses, he could really pose a threat to the God of Ghosts sect and the Corpse King Palace. Elder Qin, what should we do now? The long-haired youth rushed forward and asked. The Holy Sun is refining the beast soul of a quasi-heavenly reaching beast. He will be breaking through to the manifestation realm soon. I have to immediately escort the Holy Sun back to the God of Ghosts sect. Elder Qin said slowly. Manifestation realm? Everyone trembled. They had guessed that the Holy Sun was sitting in the palanquin. However, they did not expect the Holy Sun to be stuck at such an important juncture. Chapter 1062. I'm afraid that the Corpse King Palace is chasing after us. I'm afraid that we will be intercepted along the way. When Elder Qin finished speaking, his gaze landed on Yixian. Brat, you're a disciple that Elder Guxiaolei took in privately. You should be crippled of your cultivation, but seeing that you have outstanding talent, you can officially join my Ghost God sect. Are you willing? Aren't you just asking me to escort the Holy Sun back? You're making it sound so dignified. Yixian was filled with disdain in his heart, but he still replied, Sure. Since that's the case, you can follow the Holy Sun and escort him back to the Ghost God sect. Elder Qin's eyes lit up. He had seen Yixian's strength, and he wasn't any weaker than him. If the two of them worked together, it would be much safer. Right? Where's Elder Guxiaolei's corpse? Before they left, Elder Qin suddenly asked. After the corpse ghost Taoist died, the remaining two ghost corpses took away most of the corpses. The long-haired youth replied. That's a pity. If the corpse was still around, Elder Guxiaolei might have been able to revive as a ghost spirit. Elder Qin sighed. The Ghost God sect could turn a person into a ghost spirit after death and enlighten them. After enlightening them, the ghost spirit would be able to recover their memories and live for a long time. Of course, enlightening them wasn't 100% success rate. Furthermore, Guxiaolei had died using the Ghost God transformation. Even if it was successful, the chances of enlightening them would be close to zero. Thus, Elder Qin did not ask further. You guys can return on your own. Set off the sedan. Elder Qin did not say anything and directly flew to the side of the sedan. This group of Ghost God sect disciples were only at 7th grade spirit disaster, while the 4 ghost spirits carrying the sedan were at 9th grade spirit disaster. The difference in speed between the two was too great, so Elder Qin did not allow them to follow. As for Yixian, he could follow. But just when the sedan was lifted up, a notification rang out. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission to escort the Holy Sun of the Ghost God sect. You are not allowed to use the Eye of the Void during the escort. If you use it, you will fail the mission. If you fail the mission, your Heavenly Eye bloodline will drop once. The sudden notification from the system made Yixian dumbfounded. Damn it! Not only that, the Heavenly Eye bloodline, if I fail the mission, the Heavenly Eye bloodline will drop once? Yixian cursed in his heart. This F***king system, you can't cheat me like this. He had just completed a chain of random missions, and now there was another one. Not only were they all linked together, but there was also a punishment if he failed the first round of the mission. However, this was also a benefit given to him by the system. After completing the chain random quest of killing the corpse artist, Wei Zhentian had leveled up once and even signed a growth contract with him. The reward was very good. Elder Qin said that the Holy Sun is refining the beast soul and is in the middle of cultivation. If he encounters the Corpse King Palace's experts, only Elder Qin and I can deal with him. Yixian also understood in his heart, so he immediately followed. Hopefully, this chain of random missions would give him another generous reward. Soon Yixian was on his way. Due to the restrictions of the mission, he was not allowed to use the Eye of the Void, so he had to be careful. The Blood Cloud sect was not far from the Ghost God sect. When Yixian came, he took 3 days. Now, with the speed of the 4 ninth spirit disaster ghosts, they only needed 1 day. Kid, what stage of the ghost god transformation are you at? Elder Qin couldn't help but ask on the way to the ghost god sect. The 3rd stage. Yi Xian casually replied. In fact, after he copied the ghost god transformation, he didn't even reach the 1st stage. However, he had the divine tree of life bloodline in his body, so he could suppress the death aura of 3 ghosts of the same level. After refining 3 ghosts of the same level, he was at the 3rd stage of the ghost god transformation. What? The 3rd stage? Elder Qin was shocked. He was only at the 1st stage, so refining a ghost of the same level shouldn't be a problem. However, Yi Xian had actually reached the 3rd stage. No wonder he was so strong. Elder Qin felt that he had hit the jackpot this time. In the future, Yi Xian would definitely be a powerful force in the Ghost God sect. Kid, the Corpse King Palace could be lying in ambush at any time. Don't let your guard down. Their top-grade battle corpses are not any weaker than the Barbarian Bull Ghost Corpse from before. Elder Qin reminded. Top-grade battle corpses? When Yi Xian heard this, his eyebrows twitched slightly. The Corpse King Palace could refine human and beast corpses, but most of them were human corpses, so he couldn't devour them. He only hoped that the other party would send some beast corpses. It would be best if they were at the level of quasi-heaven connecting beasts. Of course, he hoped that the other party would come half a day later. Half a day later, his trump card would be off cooldown. Yi Xian acted as a bodyguard and ran wildly on the ground. For the first half of the day, nothing happened. Ding. Summon the Golden War God is off cooldown. Ding. Overlord's Limitless Sword is off cooldown. After half a day, Yi Xian finally heard 2 system notifications. The cooldown of the 2 trump cards was finally off cooldown. Summon the Golden War God. Because Yi Xian's realm was too low, his strength wasn't strong. He was probably similar to the 9th spirit disaster ghost spirit that carried the palanquin. However, the Golden Armored War God could use the Overlord's Limitless Sword, which was a very useful move. As for Yi Xian's greatest trump card, Return of 10,000 Swords, it was still on cooldown. After Wei Zhentian advanced, Return of 10,000 Swords increased from 100 to 1,000, but its cooldown was extended to 3 days. Only 1 day had passed, so Yi Xian couldn't use it yet. There are many top-notch battle corpses in the Corpse King Palace, as well as the past palace masters and grand elders. They have all refined themselves into battle corpses and retain their memories. Although their realms haven't reached the manifestation realm, they should have reached the pinnacle of the 3 sovereign disasters. I can't be careless. Yi Xian ran wildly on the ground. Even if someone tried to intercept him, they would probably ignore him. After all, he was only at the 6th spirit disaster realm. At this moment, they would be able to return to the Divine Ghost sect in half a day. However, right at this moment, Wang! Yi Xian, who was running wildly on the ground, suddenly felt that something was amiss. The ground beneath his feet seemed to be slightly trembling. The trembling was extremely small, so small that even an expert of the 9th spirit disaster realm would find it hard to detect. However, Yi Xian had the perceptive eyes, so he could clearly feel the trembling. Elder Qin, there's something below. Yi Xian immediately shouted towards the sky. Chapter 1063. Elder Qin, there's something below. What? Hearing that, Elder Qin immediately reacted. It's the Corpse King Palace's Earth-walking corpses. Earth-walking corpses are a type of battle corpse refined by the Corpse King Palace. They specialize in drilling through the ground, similar to the profound earth movement technique. However, their speed is more than 100 times faster than the earth movement technique. When Elder Qin heard Yi Xian's words, he didn't believe it, but to be safe, he still sent a palm strike towards the ground. A huge palm strike landed, instantly shattering the ground. At the same time, an aura leaked out from the ground, which Elder Qin sensed. Battle corpse. Elder Qin's expression changed. He walks the path of the ghost god, so he has a strong sense for undead. He sensed that there were at least 5 earth-walking corpses below. Although this palm strike killed all the earth-walking corpses, there were definitely more in the surroundings. We've been exposed. Quickly get rid of all the earth-walking corpses. Elder Qin roared at Yixian. At the same time, he took out a myriad ghost banner and released over 100 ghost spirits. If they didn't get rid of the earth-walking corpses, they would be ambushed by a large number of Corpse King Palace experts. Yixian also understood this, so he flew into the sky and continuously attacked the ground. Bang! 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 The ground shattered as if it was the end of the world. Yixian's goal wasn't to kill the earth-walking corpses, but to blast open the ground. With the eye of perception, he could capture the exact location of the earth-walking corpses and kill them. Fierce ghost tears break. Fierce ghost tears break. Fierce ghosts constantly pounced towards the ground and tore apart the earth-walking corpses below. These earth-walking corpses weren't strong, with the strongest being at 8th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Yixian had an endless supply of ghost spirits, so the earth-walking corpses' speed was rapidly decreasing. In just a few breaths, over 100 earth-walking corpses were dealt with. There are actually so many? Yixian was also shocked. If there were only a few dozen, he probably wouldn't have discovered them. I didn't expect to be followed by so many earth-walking corpses. Perhaps we were already targeted when we were in the Blood Cloud sect. These earth-walking corpses are constantly leaving marks along the way. I'm afraid there will soon be Corpse King Palace experts chasing after us. Elder Qin's, of course, the corpses were only responsible for following them. Their battle strength weren't strong, so they wouldn't be exposed. Brat, don't worry about them. Even if we kill them all, we won't be able to kill them all. Let's continue on our way. There is a city in front of us. We can use it to hide our auras. Elder Qin shouted and immediately brought the palanquin in a certain direction. There were a large number of humans in the city, and most importantly, there was a formation that prevented the walking corpses from entering. When the time came, they could use other methods to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, Yixian was shocked. At this moment, he felt that the corpse man was a complete fool. He dared to challenge the two major forces in the land of the dead with his little strength. He was really courting death. No wonder Elder Guxiaolei dared to go alone to take the credit. There were a total of 4 auras that entered the range of the eye of perception. All of them were stronger than the corpse man. Among them, there were 2 auras with extremely dense death chi. Obviously, they were top-level battle corpses. We can't leave. Elder Qin gave up on escaping and turned to look. After a while, 4 figures entered his sight. I didn't expect to be caught by you guys. Elder Qin looked at the newcomers and said slowly, Tsuke, you dare to rob my Corpse King Palace's things by yourself? I advise you to obediently come out. A middle-aged man walked out. Beside him was an old man. As for the remaining 2, they were battle corpses refined by themselves. Their strength was not weaker than theirs. 2 Corpse King Palace elders and 2 top-level battle corpses. This is troublesome. Humph, you were chased by me like a dog last time. This time, you just have 2 more helpers? Elder Qin looked disdainful. Last time, he only encountered this middle-aged man and a top-level battle corpse. Although there were 2 more people now, he had Yixian as a helper, so he was not afraid at all. Elder Qin, hand over the quasi-heavenly beast's corpse and I can leave you with a complete corpse. The middle-aged man looked at Elder Qin and said, the quasi-heavenly beast's corpse was not the demon bull's corpse, but the other corpse that Elder Qin and the saint had fought over in the Corpse King Palace's territory. As for the quasi-heavenly beast's Saint Beast's soul, it had already fallen into the saint's hands. Complete corpse? I'm afraid you want to refine my corpse into a battle corpse, right? Elder Qin showed a disdainful look and said, don't talk nonsense. If you want to go, then go. Since you want to die so quickly, I'll fulfill your wish. The middle-aged man let out a low roar as he charged towards Elder Qin with his top-grade battle corpse. As for the other old man, he brought his battle corpse and rushed toward the palanquin. Although there were 4 9th-grade spirit disaster ghost spirits beside the palanquin, ghost spirits were originally weaker than humans. Furthermore, this time, the Corpse King Palace's top-notch fighting strength had come, so these 4 9th-grade spirit disaster ghost spirits were just decorations. Yixian blocked them. Elder Qin's face sank as he roared and summoned a spirit disaster to refine it. Divine Ghost Transformation. At the same time, Yi Xian also summoned 3 6th-grade spirit disaster spirits. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 30%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 60%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. Ding. The death chi in the host's body has reached 90%. Currently, there is no danger to the host's life. After the 3 spirit disasters were refined, the death chi entered Yi Xian's body, causing Yi Xian's aura to soar. Don't forget about me. This time, I'll use you guys to break through. Yi Xian looked at the old man and the top-level battle corpse. The black patterns on his face suddenly changed and turned into a dark gold color. Eye of Glory. When this aura spread out, it startled the 2 experts from the Corpse King Palace. Those who block me shall die. The gray-robed old man roared and threw a punch at Yi Xian. His true chi instantly formed into a white bone arm and smashed towards Yi Xian. Pseudo-divine ability? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The martial art that the old man used was probably on the same level as the Divine Ghost Fist. Although it wasn't at the level of a divine ability, it was close. Even if you know it, I know it too. Divine Ghost Fist. Yi Xian gathered the death chi in his right hand and threw it out. A dark golden fist shadow blasted out and collided with the opponent's bony arm. Boom. Chapter 1064. The gray-robed elder was shocked. After all, Yi Xian was only at 6th-grade spirit disaster. It was unbelievable that he was able to block his punch. Although I don't know where you came from, you dare to block my path? The gray-robed elder threw out another punch. Another bony arm smashed towards Yi Xian. Ghost God Fist. Yi Xian used the remaining death aura to counterattack. Boom! Another wave of air swept across the area. However, the elder was still controlling a top-grade battle corpse. Summon the Golden War God. Yi Xian didn't dare to hold back anymore. He quickly revealed his trump card. After the Golden Armor War God appeared, he slashed at the battle corpse. Overlord's limitless sword. Boom. Gotcha. The top-grade battle corpse's bones were shattered in many places. However, it didn't affect its movement. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression changed. He quickly dashed towards the top-grade battle corpse in an attempt to stop it. Dragon-catching hand. A huge golden hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the top-grade battle corpse. The golden true energy started to burn the corpse's flesh, making sizzling sounds. Superpower? Everyone's expression changed. Even Elder Qin didn't expect Yi Xian to know a superpower. Let's get rid of you first. Yi Xian refined another 3 ghost spirits and threw a ghost god's fist at the top-level battle corpse that was captured. Puff, puff. The wind howled. The dark golden fist broke through the air and landed on the top-grade battle corpse. Although the top-grade battle corpse's body was extremely tough, it couldn't withstand Yi Xian's full-strength punch. After all, Yi Xian's golden true energy was mixed in the punch. The top-grade battle corpse's upper body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Brat, how dare you destroy my battle corpse? The gray-robed elder was enraged. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Yi Xian in one strike. However, Yi Xian's ghost god fist could be used without limit. Bang! Another shockwave swept out. In less than 2 seconds after the battle started, the Corpse King Palace lost one of their top-grade ghost corpses. The original 4 versus 2 had turned into 3 versus 2. Old man, let's see if you can still use it. Yi Xian refined the 3 ghost spirits. The death aura once again gathered and blasted it at the gray-robed elder. Not good. The gray-robed elder's expression darkened. He quickly took out a new battle corpse to block in front of him. Although this new battle corpse was weaker than a top-level battle corpse, its defense was stronger than a top-level battle corpse. At this moment he was using the battle corpses. Boom! The ghost god's fist landed on the body of the meat shield warrior, instantly shattering it. Then, the gray-robed elder was also shaken by the aftershock of the ghost god's fist. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying. Yi Xian's To Yi, to Yi Xian's dragon-catching hand. Yi Xian's true qi was drained in an instant. At the same time, he overdrew his life force. The golden dragon-catching hand appeared again and pinched the gray-robed elder. If Yi Xian had enough true qi, he would not need to overdraw his life force to use the dragon-catching hand. However, he had just used it once. Hence, he overdrew his life force. However, as long as he could kill the gray-robed elder, he did not mind overdrawing his life force. Caught by the golden dragon-catching hand, the gray-robed elder could not break free. He could only watch as Yi Xian used the ghost god transformation again. "Old man, you think I can't kill you this time?" Yi Xian roared angrily. Another dark golden ghost god's fist was launched. This time, the gray-robed elder was restrained by the dragon-catching hand. He could not summon the battle corpse to block the attack. Boom! The ghost god's fist landed on the gray-robed elder and penetrated his upper body. Even the battle corpse with amazing defense was instantly killed. There was no way the gray-robed elder was still alive. After he died, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and took the interspatial ring. It was a pity that there wasn't much inside. Damn it. I couldn't break through. Yi Xian sighed. He looked at the other middle-aged man with undisguised killing intent. In just a few seconds, Yi Xian killed 2 of the Corpse King Palace's top fighters. This strength was enough to intimidate Elder Qin and the middle-aged man. How can he be so strong? The same thought flashed through their minds. Elder Qin had only beaten the middle-aged man and his battle corpse to a pulp, but Yi Xian was able to kill him in only a few seconds. Not good. But when the middle-aged man saw Yi Xian rushing towards him, he immediately turned around and fled. "It's too late to leave now." Elder Qin quickly chased after him and attacked continuously to prevent him from leaving. At the same time, Yi Xian also rushed over. Capture the leader first. As long as the middle-aged man was killed, the remaining top-level battle corpse would not be a threat. Dragon-catching hand. Ghost god's fist. The middle-aged man was weaker than Elder Qin to begin with. The latter was able to defeat the middle-aged man even though he was fighting 2 people at once. Now that Yi Xian was involved, the middle-aged man was instantly beaten up like a dog. However, at this moment, a shout came from afar. However, Yi Xian had already made his move. Ghost god's fist. No! The middle-aged man could not dodge the punch and his head exploded. At the same time, Yi Xian sensed an extremely strong aura of death. Thump! Yi Xian's heart twitched violently. In the next moment, he saw a figure rushing towards him. Corpse King? Elder Qin also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The Corpse King Palace's Corpse King had the combat strength of the Manifestation Realm. Although it couldn't use the power of Manifestation Realm, it wasn't something that a person of the 3 sovereign disasters could fight against. Oh no! Yi Xian did not dare to delay. He hurriedly rushed over and took the middle-aged man's universe ring. However, the thing inside was still not enough for him to break through. This was bad. However, before he could open his mouth, the Corpse King had already arrived in front of them. The strong aura of death suppressed their hearts and made them feel suffocated. The Corpse King had the appearance of a bald man. He was bare-chested and his muscular body was covered with livor mortis spots of various sizes. Who would have thought that the Corpse King Palace would actually send a Corpse King this time? This was big trouble. "How dare you kill my Corpse King Palace's people?" the burly man said coldly. He had already died 100 years ago. However, the Corpse King Palace refined his corpse into a battle corpse and enlightened him, allowing him to recover his memories. This was also the first time that Yi Xian saw a corpse that could speak. "You are the Vajra Corpse King?" Elder Qin swallowed another mouthful of saliva and asked in horror. Chapter 1065. After hearing the muscular man admit it, Elder Qin's heart trembled again. The Vajra Corpse King was the one with the strongest defense among all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. Apart from the Ghost Spirit ancestor, no one in the sect of the God of Ghost could break through its defense. Aside from its strong defense, the Vajra Corpse King was ranked at the bottom of the Corpse King Palace. But unfortunately, even if it was ranked at the bottom, it wasn't something that Elder Qin and Yi Xian could deal with. So what if it's the Vajracorpse King? This is the territory of my sect of the God of Ghost. If you dare to make a move here, you will be challenging the authority of my sect of the God of Ghost. Although Elder Qin was afraid of the Vajracorpse King, he felt a little more confident when he thought of his background being the sect of the God of Ghost. So what if it's the sect of the God of Ghost? It's not like your ghost spirit ancestor hasn't made a move in our territory before. The Vajracorpse King coldly snorted, I won't say much to you. Since you dared to kill the people of my Corpse King Palace, you should be prepared to die. Even if the ghost spirit ancestor appears today, I will kill you all. When the Vajracorpse King finished speaking, its figure flashed and instantly crossed 1,000 meters to appear in front of Elder Qin. Boom! The Vajracorpse King lightly punched and directly penetrated Elder Qin's chest. The latter subconsciously swallowed his saliva and looked at the thick arm in front of his chest. He finally understood the gap between him and a manifestation realm expert. Although the Vajracorpse King didn't have the strength of manifestation realm, it wasn't something that a 9th-grade spirit disaster couldn't fight against. I will bring your corpse back and refine it into a battle corpse. As soon as the Vajracorpse King finished speaking, Elder Qin's heart was crushed with a pop. Elder Qin wasn't like Yi Xian. He didn't have the eye of eternity. The moment his heart exploded, his eyes turned white and he died instantly. A single strike killed Elder Qin. This was the strength of a manifestation realm expert. Kid, you are quite strong. I will also bring you back and refine you into a battle corpse. The Vajracorpse King suddenly turned its head and its gaze fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. This time, he did not dare to stay any longer. Even if he failed the mission, he had to escape. He reckoned that he could survive this attack. After all, his eyes were his weak points. When the time came, all he had to do was pass through the void door. However, just as he was about to use the eyes of the void, a powerful aura suddenly made his heart tremble again. Bang! The palanquin suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out from it, directly attacking the Vajracorpse King. What? The Vajracorpse King and Yi Xian were shocked. The ghost spirit Saint's son had awakened? Yi Xian hurriedly took a look and realized that it was a female ghost spirit. This ghost spirit saint child had a heaven-shaking appearance, a graceful figure, slender thighs, and even her hands were different from others. She didn't have sharp nails, and even her eyes weren't completely red. She looked almost like a human. However, her body was still translucent. After the ghost spirit saint child appeared, she immediately charged towards the Vajracorpse King. The latter was slightly stunned, because he felt that this ghost spirit saint child was extraordinary. Just entered the manifestation realm? Watch how I beat your soul. The Vajracorpse King sensed the aura emitted by the other party, and with a roar, it charged forward. Manifestation realm? Yi Xian's brows twitched. The ghost spirit saint child actually broke through at such a crucial moment. This was too timely. However, why did he feel that he had seen this ghost spirit saint child before? It must be an illusion, Yi Xian shook his head. In his netherworld 10,000 ghost banner, there were tens of thousands of ghost spirits, and this was only referring to those above 6th grade spirit disaster. As for those below 6th grade spirit disaster, the unit was calculated in hundreds of thousands. In the blink of an eye, the ghost spirit saint child and the Vajracorpse King exchanged blows, and Yi Xian also quickly retreated. A battle of this level wasn't something that he could interfere in. However, his attention was drawn to another place, which was Elder Qin's corpse. As the ghost spirit saint child and the Vajracorpse King fought, Yi Xian stealthily swept over and kept Elder Qin's corpse. Naturally, there was also Elder Qin's universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current 7th grade spirit disaster. A system notification rang out. However, even if Yi Xian had broken through, he still couldn't interfere in this battle. Even if I use the ghost god transformation and fuse with 3 7th grade spirit disaster ghosts, the Vajracorpse King can still kill me with a single punch. It's best that I don't interfere in order to prevent my head from exploding. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he couldn't. The Vajracorpse King was known for its defense, but its speed was 2 times faster than a 7th-grade spirit disaster brat like him. If he wasn't careful, he would be in trouble. Thus, it was better for him to be a spectator. Although the ghost spirit Saint Child didn't have sharp nails, her hands could condense the aura of death into blades. Every time she attacked, she would leave a red mark on the Vajra Corpse King's body. The Vajra Corpse King's defense was indeed the strongest in the Corpse King Palace. The ghost spirit Saint Child's attack was actually unable to break through its defense. Little girl, don't think that you're powerful just because you're fast. Taste this move. The Vajra Corpse King roared as it opened its mouth. Following that, a fishy stench spread out. Yi Xian focused his eyes and saw a green bug rushing out of the Vajra Corpse King's throat. Bang! The green bug suddenly exploded and turned into a cloud of green mist that rapidly spread out. The ghost spirit Saint Child accidentally came into contact with some of it and her entire spiritual body twitched. Fortunately, the ghost spirit Saint Child didn't come into contact with much of the green mist. After frowning her brows, she pulled away from the Vajra Corpse King. This is the green corpse worm refined by my Corpse King Palace. It's specially used to deal with the ghost spirit ancestor. Little girl, you're pretty quick to dodge. Otherwise, I would have scattered your soul. The Vajra Corpse King sneered. The ghost spirit Saint Child snorted and didn't care at all. In the next moment, her eyes bloomed with a demonic bloody light. The bloody light condensed into a line and shone on the Vajra Corpse King's shoulder. Bang! The Vajra Corpse King's shoulder suddenly exploded. The Vajra Corpse King was forced to take 2 steps back, but fortunately, his defensive power was amazing and he wasn't injured. What kind of move is this? The Vajra Corpse King was shocked. The Corpse King Palace and the Ghost God sect had fought for so many years, but this was the first time he saw this move. The ghost spirit Saint Child ignored him and continued to attack. Bang! 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 The Vajra Corpse King was forced to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, the Vajra Corpse King still cried out in pain. At this moment, the ghost spirit Saint Child quickly punched out. A black fist broke through the air and blasted the Vajra Corpse King. Ghost God Fist. Chapter 1066. Ah, little girl, I have lived for more than 150 years. You think you can kill me? The Vajra Corpse King laughed in pain. The #1 defense of the Corpse King Palace wasn't just for show. The ghost spirit saint ignored his ridicule and continued to attack. Yi Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, also felt that it was inconceivable. What is that red ray? Since when did the ghost spirit saint have such a move? He felt that this was a little similar to his disintegration eye, but it wasn't quite the same as the red ray that exploded wherever it shone. At this moment, Yi Xian recalled his dissection eye. My dissection eye might be useful against this Vajra Corpse King. His eyes flickered as he used the ghost spirit transformation, and his aura instantly soared. When the Vajra Corpse King saw Yi Xian approaching, Yi Xian couldn't help but shout, "You brat, you dare to interfere! You're courting death!" A white bone arm smashed towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had used the Ghost God transformation. In addition to the effects of the Beast King's Berserk, Agility Advancement, and Gemini Bloodline, his speed was only 20 to 30% slower than the Vajra Corpse King. The white bone arm swept past Yi Xian as Yi Xian quickly approached the Vajra Corpse King. Under the Ghost Spirit Saint's suppression, he directly used the Dissection Eye. The Vajra Corpse King was known for its defense, so it wouldn't dodge in a battle and would always face it head-on. Even the Ghost Spirit Saint's attack couldn't do anything to it, so what could Yi Xian, a 7th-grade spirit disaster brat, do? Buzz buzz. 2 dissection rays landed on the Vajra Corpse King's thigh. The Vajra Corpse King snorted in ridicule and didn't care about it. But in the next moment, its face changed. How is this possible? My Vajra Corpse membrane was broken. The Vajra Corpse King widened its eyes. Although it was only a little, it still noticed it. This membrane was the reason why its defense was so strong. Now that it was broken, the Ghost Spirit Saint's attack would be able to injure it. The Ghost Spirit Saint also noticed something. With a glare, the Vajra Corpse King's thigh exploded once again. This time there was blood. Bastard, I'll kill you! The Vajra Corpse King was furious and focused all its attention on Yixian. Although the ghost spirit Holy Sun had broken through to the manifestation realm, he still could not do anything to him. However, if he cooperated with Yixian, his situation would become dangerous. Therefore, he would kill Yixian first. However, the ghost spirit Saint's son would not let him go so easily. Bang! 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 The ghost spirit Saint Child continued to attack the Vajra Corpse King. Because the latter's speed was not as fast as the ghost spirit Saint Child's, it was unable to break through the encirclement. Little girl, get out of my way. The Vajra Corpse King was currently a little flustered and exasperated. If he was unable to break through, then he would not be able to kill Yixian. If Yixian were to use the Eye of Disintegration again, he would be in for a tragedy. However, he tried to break through 10 times, and the ghost spirit Holy Sun still beat him back. In these 10 times, Yixian's disintegration ray landed on the Vajra Corpse King's body twice. The Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse King broke open again, and blood flowed out. The Vajra Corpse King's blood was not red, but thick black. Moreover, the stench was extremely strong, like rotten food. It was disgusting. The black blood dripped onto the ground, and the grass on the ground withered in an instant. Looking at the changes on the ground, the Vajra Corpse King suddenly had the thought of retreating. He reckoned that if he continued to fight, he might die here. It was better to leave first. Little girl, stinking brat, just you wait. You better not fall into my hands, or I will use the cruelest method to torture you. The Vajra Corpse King spat out vicious words as he fled. Yixian was also drunk. A dignified Corpse King was actually beaten away by them, and it was even cursing as it ran. Was this still a dead person? Beat a drowning dog, chase. Yixian did not say anything and hurriedly chased after it. However, when he passed by the ghost spirit Holy Sun, he was stopped by the latter. Stop chasing. The ghost spirit Holy Sun said softly. But Yixian was very surprised. If they joined forces, they already had the strength to kill the Vajra Corpse King. Why didn't they chase? However, in the next moment, he understood that the ghost spirit Holy Sun was also at the end of his strength. If they continued to fight, it was not certain who would die. At this time, the ghost spirit Holy Sun's face was a little green. Obviously, it was the poison of the green corpse worm. This poison could actually affect the spirit body. Let's go. The ghost spirit Holy Sun put one hand on Yixian's shoulder and directly dragged him away. His speed was twice as fast as Yixian. Yixian was forcibly taken away, and even the walking corpses on the ground did not follow. Not long after they left, the Vajra Corpse King appeared again. Damn, I actually fell into a trap. I thought the green corpse worm had no effect. It turns out that the girl was holding on. The Vajra Corpse King cursed and shouted, "Search for her for me. If you can't find her, then die for me." The walking corpses below did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly scattered. However, this time, it was not so easy to find. Last time, because the Blood Cloud sect's barbarian bull devil corpse broke out of the mountain, the movement was very big, and Yixian was running on the ground, so he was discovered by the walking corpses. This time, the ghost spirit Holy Sun directly took Yixian to the sky, and the walking corpses could no longer feel it. At this time, Yixian was being carried by the ghost spirit Holy Sun as if he was sitting on an interstellar rocket. Are you okay? Yixian looked at the ghost spirit Holy Sun and could not help but ask. The female ghost spirit in front of him was the Holy Son of the God of Ghost sect. She must have been enlightened, which meant that her IQ was not lower than that of humans. She must be able to understand his words. However, the ghost spirit Holy Sun's first words shocked him to the core. You don't recognize me? The ghost spirit Holy Sun said in a clear and pleasant voice. What? Hearing this, Yixian subconsciously froze for a moment. What was this? Could it be that he had met the ghost spirit Holy Sun before? The first time we met was in the ghost tomb in the ghost tomb territory. The ghost spirit Holy Sun spoke again. What? Yixian's tiger body froze. Wasn't the ghost tomb territory on the Blood Rock continent? He remembered that not long after he entered the Blood Rock continent, He was caught by old Monster Hong and brought to the Ghost Tomb territory. And during the trip to the Ghost Tomb, he released a Ghost King. No, it should be said that it was a little lowly. Could it be? Impossible. How long has it been and you've grown so big? Yi Xian did not dare to believe it. A few years ago, she was just a little lowly, but a few years later, she had grown into a big sister. This was illogical. I've been dead for many years, but later, I was found by the ghost spirit holy ancestor who was wandering around the Blood Rock continent and brought to the god of ghost sect. After the ghost spirit holy son finished speaking, she suddenly turned to Yi Xian and said, "Right, I'm called Yu. Chapter 1067. After hearing this, Yi Xian also reacted. When he first met the Ghost King Little Lowly, she had already been dead for God knows how many years. She was old enough to be his ancestor, so it was not a big deal that she had turned into an older sister. However, Yi Xian still couldn't accept that a Little Lowly had turned into a long-legged older sister in the blink of an eye. But now was not the time to care about this. Is your poison all right? Yi Xian asked. The poison of this green corpse worm is very harmful to my spiritual body. Fortunately, I didn't touch too much of it, otherwise we would have died there. Yu shook her head. That's good. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yu had only met him a few times, they had fought side by side before. Now that they could meet again, it could be considered fate. Yi Xian also didn't expect that the Ghost King Little Lowly of the sect of the God of Ghost was actually the Ghost King Little Lowly he had saved that day. He still remembered that during the battle for the Wood Spirit Fruit, he had saved Yu from the 100 Ghost Elder once. Now that he was saved by Yu, they were even. This time, they were intercepted by the Corpse King Palace. Although Elder Qin was dead, the Vajra Corpse King didn't collect Elder Qin's body because Yu had broken out of seclusion. After that, Elder Qin's body was collected by Yi Xian. When they reached the sect of the God of Ghost, Elder Qin might be resurrected as a ghost spirit. All in all, they had profited this time. They only sacrificed an elder, but they destroyed 2 of the Corpse King Palace's top battle corpses and even forced the Vajra Corpse King to retreat. It was a good result. With Yu leading the way, there was no danger for the rest of the journey. 3 hours later, Yu brought Yi Xian back to the sect of the God of Ghost. At the same time, the poison in Yu's body was neutralized by her. "Welcome back, Saint," a group of disciples said respectfully after seeing her. Yu was the Ghost King Little Lowly and the next sect master of the God of Ghost. At the same time, when Yu swept into the sect of the God of Ghost, Yi Xian also heard a system notification sound. Ding! The first round of random mission completed. With the mission completed, Yi Xian had avoided the risk of the Heavenly Eye God race's bloodline regressing. However, there would be a second round of the mission, but he didn't know what it was. Yu was already an expert in the manifestation realm. Although she did not possess the power of manifestation, her aura was superior to most of the people in the sect of the God of Ghost. She had just returned when several figures appeared in the sky. "My dear disciple, you broke through?" A white-haired old man flew over. Yi Xian's mind trembled fiercely. The newcomers' auras were no weaker than Yu's. They were clearly all manifestation realm experts. However, they were not humans. They were all ghosts. It was not that easy for a human to break through to the manifestation realm. No one from the sect of the God of Ghosts had succeeded in the past 1,000 years. Among them, the white-haired old man who spoke was the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect. He was also Yu's master. "Master, this disciple has already broken through, but when Elder Qin was escorting me back, he was killed by the Vajra Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace. Yu took out Elder Qin's corpse from the specially made interspatial ring." Vajra Corpse King? When the experts heard that, they were shocked. "Immediately use the spirit gathering array to revive Elder Qin," the ancestor of the God of Ghosts sect instructed. Then, a ghost spirit carried Elder Qin's body away. After a person died, there wasn't a 100% chance of being revived as a ghost. At the same time, there wasn't a 100% chance of being enlightened and regaining their memories after being revived. Otherwise, if the God of Ghost sect could be revived as a ghost every time someone died, the land of the dead would have long been unified. As for those 9th-grade spirit disaster ghosts, they were all raised from low-grade ghost embryos. The God of Ghost sect treated their elders well. They immediately activated the spirit gathering array and prepared to revive Elder Qin. Yi Xian was pretty lucky to be able to witness the revival ceremony. But right at this moment, the ancestor of the God of Ghost sect suddenly looked at Yi Xian and asked, "You, why did you bring him back?" "He's my old friend Yi Xian. It's all thanks to him that we were able to force the Vajra Corpse King back," Yu quickly introduced. "What? A 7th-grade spirit disaster helped you force the Vajra Corpse King back?" The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect felt that it was a little exaggerated. In the God of Ghost sect, there were thousands of 7th-grade spirit disaster disciples. Although these disciples could challenge those above them, they couldn't defeat a single Vajra Corpse King. Yi Xian was also at 7th-grade spirit disaster, so how could he force the Vajra Corpse King back? "Master, he and I have known each other for many years, so I secretly taught him the God of Ghost Transformation and God of Ghost Fist. Right now, he has already reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation." Yu explained. "God of Ghost Transformation, 3rd stage?" When the experts heard that, they were shocked. The God of Ghost Transformation was something that only humans could cultivate. Even when these experts were still alive, not all of them had reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation. In the 1,000 years of the God of Ghost sect, there were probably less than 20 people who had reached the 3rd stage of the God of Ghost Transformation. The Vajra Corpse King's defense is shocking. After I broke through, I couldn't break through its defense even with the blood eyes of extermination. However, Yi Xian could, so I worked together with him to force the Vajra Corpse King back. Yu explained in detail. After hearing that, the experts in the surroundings felt that it was inconceivable. Even Yu, who was at the manifestation realm, couldn't break through the Vajra Corpse King's defense, so it was simply a miracle that Yi Xian, who was at 7th-grade spirit disaster, could do it. Since he's a good friend of my disciple, then I'll forget about teaching him the God of Ghost Transformation. The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect was extremely generous, but no one would pursue this matter when they saw it. After all, Yi Xian was a seed with great potential. If he was nurtured in the future, he might be able to break through to the manifestation realm. One must know that the God of Ghost sect had never produced a human manifestation realm expert. "Master, I still have something to report." Yu suddenly recalled something. That was the green corpse worm. She immediately recounted the incident to him. "Green corpse worm? It can cause a lot of damage to us spiritual bodies. You only got a little bit of it and still haven't gotten rid of it?" The ancestor of the God of Ghost sect narrowed his red eyes and said, "I understand. I'll have people pay more attention later. If we encounter these green corpse worms in the future, it's best to catch one so that we can study it." At this moment, the resurrection ceremony had begun. A few ancestors of the God of Ghost sect placed Elder Qin's corpse on the ground and formed a spirit gathering array. Ding! Copying of spirit gathering array completed. The system notified. Now, Yi Xian would habitually use the Eye of Revelation to scan. After all, the eye energy consumed by the Eye of Revelation was about the same as the recovery speed. Even if Yi Xian kept the Eye of Revelation open all day, it would be fine. Chapter 1068. In less than 10 seconds, an apparition appeared in Elder Qin's body. This was Elder Qin's apparition, but he had no memories of his previous life. He was just a killing machine. "But I want blood." Elder Qin's apparition roared like a wild beast, but he didn't dare to move, or rather, he couldn't move at all with the apparition ancestors around. The spirit gathering formation helped Elder Qin condense his apparition. His aura grew stronger bit by bit, and half a minute later, his apparition reached its limit. Elder Qin had successfully condensed his apparition, but this was only the first step. The second step was enlightenment. Enlightenment spell. A few human elders from the sect of the God of Ghosts jumped out and made a few hand seals, then sent them into Elder Qin's apparition. The success rate of enlightenment wasn't 100%, so Elder Qin might fail and become a wandering ghost with only killing intent. In the end, he would be refined into a fighting apparition. At this juncture of the resurrection ceremony, The surrounding people and apparitions didn't dare to make a noise. They waited quietly. Qin Jingnan. I am Qin Jingnan. Elder Qin opened his mouth and said his name. The few elders of the God of Ghosts sect continued to perform the enlightening mantra and sent it all into Elder Qin's spiritual body. Elder Qin began to regain his memories of his previous life bit by bit. Looking at this scene, Yixian suddenly thought of something. When Yu was still a cute little girl, she was already enlightened. She was different from those apparitions that only knew how to kill. She had her own consciousness, and she also had the blood eyes of destruction that other apparitions didn't have. It seemed that Yu might have a special constitution. It was Yi Xian's first time seeing apparitions with special constitutions. Sect of the God of Ghosts? I've been resurrected? At this moment, Elder Qin, who was in the spirit-gathering formation, was suddenly able to speak fluently. Enlightenment was a success. The surrounding people were all elders of the sect of the God of Ghosts, so the chances of enlightenment were greatly increased. Elder Qin's resurrection was a success. Elder Qin, you've done well in escorting Yu this time. You've made a great contribution. The sect of the God of Ghosts ancestor nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, ancestor. Elder Qin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, saint, for bringing my corpse back. This time, it's all thanks to Elder Qin. Otherwise, I would have been in danger. As Yu spoke, she directly threw Elder Qin's Qian ring back to him. Although Elder Qin was still unable to use a human's Qian ring, Yu still reminded him, I have already destroyed the 2 quasi-Tong Tian beast corpses in the Qian ring. Elder Qin nodded, not thinking too much into it. In fact, the 2 quasi-heaven-connecting beast corpses were devoured by Yi Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through to 7th-grade spirit disaster. The quasi-heavenly beast's corpse gave quite a lot of experience, but Yi Xian regretted that neither of the corpses had a beast soul. One of the beast souls had been refined by Yu, while the other had been forcibly taken out by the corpse ghost man. It should have been refined as well. If both beast souls were given to Yi Xian, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the 8th level spirit difficulty. This matter could be considered to have come to an end. Elder Qin had been revived, but the second round of Yi Xian's random mission had yet to appear. It seemed that the time wasn't up yet, which meant that it couldn't be triggered. The escort mission had ended, but the second round of the random mission had yet to be triggered. Thus, Yi Xian could only stay in the sect of the God of Ghost for the time being. At this moment, the sect of the God of Ghost that Yi Xian was standing on was a major power in the land of the dead. Thus, he had to properly plan how to level up. Right, the sect of the God of Ghost might have something that can be used to forge sets. Let's forge a set first. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this problem. The materials required to forge a bloodline set were extremely rare, but there was another set that could be forged first, which was the Eye of Radiance set. The Eye of Radiance set was below the Heavenly Eye set, so it required more materials. Thus, the sect of the God of Ghost might have it. Right now, I'm so poor that I can't even make a sound. I can only rely on items. Yi Xian sank his consciousness into the exchange system. He was standing on the sect of the God of Ghost, so he had to exchange for items from the Tao of Ghost. 100 Ghost Battle Armor. Increase the defense of the spiritual body. Ghost Devouring Pearl. You can gain benefits from using Ghost Fetus to strengthen yourself. Dark Ghost Dagger. A weapon used by ghosts. Its attack power is stronger than nails. Yi Xian glanced at it roughly and did not look at it carefully. He directly exchanged for some items and played with them. However, the most important thing was a martial art used by ghosts. No, it should be a pseudo-theurgy. I can't exchange for theurgy, but pseudo-theurgy is fine. With a thought, Yi Xian exchanged for a pseudo-theurgy called Ghost Haste. It was specially made for ghosts to learn. Next, he would use these items to make a deal with the sect of the God of Ghost. Young master, Sister Ghost is here. Luo reminded him. Yi Xian nodded. He had the eye of perception, so he had already sensed that familiar aura. At this moment, the translucent Yu landed in Yi Xian's courtyard. You came at the right time. I have something here that the sect of the God of Ghost might be able to use. Yi Xian directly said when he saw Yu Yu land. With his relationship with Yu Yu, this deal was definitely not a problem. At that moment, he began to introduce these things to them. If these items are in large quantities, they can greatly improve the sect of the God of Ghost. I can agree on behalf of my master. What do you need? Yu Yu's gaze fell on Yi Xian again. To be honest, Yi Xian was still a little unaccustomed to Yu Yu's sudden growth from a lowly to a mature woman. However, Yu Yu's figure was still remarkable. Her slender white legs were actually translucent, which made her stand out from the rest. After glancing at Yu Yu's scarlet eyes, Yi Xian took out a piece of paper from his interspatial ring. I can make 1,000 sets of these. These are the items I need. As for the rest, exchange them for treasures or forging materials. Yi Xian handed over the paper. It contained the items needed to forge the Eye of Glory. Yu Yu glanced at it and replied, although these items are rare, the sect of the God of Ghosts still has them. You have them? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This was good news for him. Without wasting any time, Nie Yen purchased 100 sets of equipment from the exchange system, as well as the swift ghost steps. Alright, I'll get them for you. Yu put away all the items and flew away. Chapter 1069. Young Master, how did you get acquainted with Big Sister Guiling? Luo couldn't help asking. In the Blood Cliff continent, I met her much earlier than you. But back then she was only 5 years old. In a blink of an eye, she's even older than you, Yi Xian explained. Guiling maintained her appearance before she died. This Big Sister Guiling must have grown up after cultivating. Luo suddenly smiled. Young Master, could it be that you've taken a fancy to this Big Sister Guiling? Cough, how is that possible? I haven't found your young madam yet. Yi Xian awkwardly smiled. He was only looking at her with admiration. It had been a year since Song Suijing and Song Caijue were captured. He had also broken through from the early sovereign realm to the spirit disaster, but his strength was still insufficient in front of the Yin-Yang ancestor. Back then, Yang Zhen said that it would take 10 years to reach the world-crossing teleportation array from the Blood Cliff sect. But that was based on Yang Zhen's first-grade true energy disaster. Right now, he was at the 7th grade spirit disaster. No one was faster than him in the 3 sovereign realms disaster. If he were to head to the world-crossing teleportation array now, he would only need half a month to reach there. But so what if he reached there? Without strength, he wouldn't be able to find the Yin-Yang ancestor even if he went to the glazed light's sacred ground. Very quickly Yu Yu returned. At the same time, she brought back the materials that Yi Xian needed, as well as the treasures of heaven and earth. I have everything that you want. As for the rest, we'll split them equally. Yu Yu handed over an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Great. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed that the materials for the radiant set were all gathered. As for the rest of the ores, he would devour them himself. This way, Wei Zhentian could also improve. As for the rest of the treasures, he would leave them for Luo. After all, she was only at the 4th grade spirit disaster. Luo's moves had both power and control, which would be of great help to Yi Xian. After receiving the interspatial ring, Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly devoured the ores. Although the ores couldn't help him break through to the 8th grade spirit disaster, they could greatly increase Wei Zhentian's strength. Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. After a series of notifications, Wei Zhentian had actually reached 9th grade spirit disaster. Bullsh *T, I'm pissed seeing you break through so easily, Yi Xian said in his mind. Naturally, his words were meant for Wei Zhentian. Now that he and Wei Zhentian had formed a mutual growth contract, as long as he devoured ores, Wei Zhentian would also devour an equivalent amount of ores. In addition to the Beast God's Bloodlines enhancement, Wei Zhentian instantly broke through to become a Grade 9, Grade 3 Supreme Spiritual Treasure. Ding! Wei Zhentian has reached the level limit. The system prompted again. Level cap? Does this mean that if I don't break through to the manifestation realm, Wei Zhentian won't be able to improve any further? Yi Xian frowned, but he didn't take it to heart. Wei Zhentian, who was at 9th grade spirit disaster, was so tough that even Yu Yu might not be able to destroy it. Then Yi Xian gave the rest of the treasures to Luo Luo so that she could break through in a short time. Next, the Corpse King Palace might make a big move. You can stay in the God of Ghosts sect for now. Yu Yu suddenly said. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Yi Xian nodded his head. He was also waiting for the second round of the random mission to be triggered. This wasn't an ordinary thing. It seemed to be able to predict certain things. Therefore, he stayed here and waited quietly. Luo Luo, who was at 4th grade Spirit Disaster, had obtained a top-grade treasure. Her cultivation speed was faster than a rocket. As for Yi Xian, he started to forge the Eye of Glory set. But while he was forging, Yi Xian suddenly heard a system notification. What? When forging the Eye of Glory set, the skill to summon the Golden War God will disappear. Yi Xian was shocked. However, the Eye of Glory set was definitely better than nothing. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and started forging. Ding! Eye of Glory set completed. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian took a glance and realized that he couldn't summon the Golden War God anymore. Come, let me see the effect of the Glory set. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, he used the Eye of Glory. After using the Eye of Glory, the system also notified Yi Xian whether to wear the Glory set. Of course, he chose to wear it. Yi Xian, who had golden hair and golden eyes, suddenly wore a golden armor. However, it was much more handsome than the dragon-patterned golden armor. This golden armor was called the Glorious Golden Armor. It could increase the strength of one's chi again. The skill to summon the Golden War God is missing. However, the strength of the golden chi has increased. It also increased the defense. Even the transformation time has increased. This glory set is not bad. Overall, Yi Xian was quite satisfied. Although the Golden War God was gone, the Golden War God was summoned according to his realm. It was too weak to challenge those of a higher realm. Moreover, he could use the Emperor's boundless sword himself. Therefore, it didn't matter if the skill was gone. At this moment, what Yi Xian wanted the most was to find an opponent to fight with. Very quickly, a day had passed. In this day, Luolua's rapid refinement allowed her to break through from 4th grade Spirit Disaster to 6th grade Spirit Disaster. She was only one realm lower than Yi Xian. For someone like Luoluo who possessed a superior bloodline, as long as there were treasures, she would be able to quickly increase her strength. Although her speed couldn't be compared to Yi Xian and Wei Zhentian, it had already surpassed everyone in the God of Ghosts sect. Yi Xian was getting more and more interested in Luolua's bloodline. He wondered what level of expert Luolua's ancestor, the Heavenly Loathed Fox, was. Another day passed and Luoluo broke through from 6th grade Spirit Disaster to 7th grade Spirit Disaster. At the same time, Yi Xian's myriad swords return to origin finally refreshed its cooldown. It's already been 2 days. Why hasn't the second round of the chain mission appeared? Could it be that the system has crashed? Yi Xian, who was in the courtyard, was extremely vexed. He had been waiting for the second round of the chain mission. However, who knew that it wouldn't be triggered? It was a waste of his time. Forget it. Since it hasn't been triggered, I'll go out and train myself so that I can break through to the manifestation realm as soon as possible. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he decided to leave the God of Ghosts sect. Right now, he was at 7th grade Spirit Disaster, Luoluo was also at 7th grade Spirit Disaster, and Wei Zhentian was at 9th grade Spirit Disaster. Even if they were to encounter the Vajra Corpse King again, they should be able to put up a fight. However, just when he was about to inform Yu Yu, the latter took the initiative to look for him. Where are you going? Yu Yu asked when she saw that Yi Xian was about to leave. I'm going out to train. Yi Xian replied. Chapter 1070. After hearing this news, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The second round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Kill the Vajra Corpse King within 3 days. If the mission fails, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline will regress once. The second round of the mission was finally triggered. Kill the Manifestation Realm Vajra Corpse King within 3 days? If the mission fails, the Heavenly Eye clan's bloodline will regress once again? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. It seemed that this mission had to be completed. Okay. Immediately he agreed to it. With Yu Yu and Luo Luo around, the Vajra Corpse King would definitely die if it encountered them again. Then let's go find the Vajra Corpse King. It's said that it's currently wandering around the Blood Cloud sect. Yu Yu suggested. Back then she and the Vajra Corpse King were evenly matched. However, she was tricked by the Vajra Corpse King's green corpse worm, so this grudge must be avenged. Okay. Yi Xian nodded again. This was indeed a predictive ability. The chain random mission was actually the same as the reason why Yu Yu came to find him. What the hell? However, coincidentally, the Vajra Corpse King was still wandering around the Blood Cloud sect. This saved them a lot of time. Since the Vajra Corpse King is near the Blood Cloud sect, then there's no need to hurry. Let's go. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly used the Eye of the Void and broke open a void door. Then he brought Luo Luo and Yu Yu in. Isn't this the place where we fought that day? When Yu Yu passed through the void door, she discovered that it was actually the place where they fought the Vajra Corpse King. One had to know that even with her speed, she would need 2 to 3 hours to rush back. However, today she only took one step. Sister Yu Yu, this is why young master is so amazing. Luo Luo said proudly. Yu Yu didn't know what to say. However, this was obviously Yi Xian's secret, so she didn't ask anymore. This place is only half a day's journey away from the Blood Cloud sect. We'll reach the Blood Cloud sect in another 3 hours. As she spoke, she suddenly took out a skull-shaped token from her Qian Kun ring and glanced at it. The Vajra Corpse King destroyed the Black Mountain territory an hour ago and spread the zombie poison plague there. Yu Yu said with a solemn expression. Other than refining corpses, the Corpse King Palace also refined poisons. This way, they could increase their battle prowess. The Vajra Corpse King was also annoyed by Yi Xian, so it took this area to vent its anger. Not a single blade of grass grew in the places where the plague spread. Moreover, the dead would become walking corpses, killing everyone they saw like ghosts. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately. Yi Xian was also impatient to kill the Vajra Corpse King and take revenge for that day. Of course, the most important thing was to complete the second round of the random mission. An hour later, Yi Xian and the other two arrived at the Black Mountain territory. However, at this moment, the Black Mountain territory was littered with corpses. Some were lying on the ground, while others were moving like walking corpses. We're late. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Yu Yu, saying, Where did the Vajra Corpse King go? No one has sent any news yet. Let's look for it. Yu Yu suggested. Okay, then let's split up and search. Yi Xian nodded and immediately split into two. He let his doppelganger follow Yu Yu and Luo Luo, while his original body left to search. The second round of the random mission did not state that the use of the Eyes of the Void was prohibited. Therefore, as long as one side found the Vajra Corpse King, the other side could immediately break through the void and go over. Yi Xian splitting into two caused Yu Yu to be deeply astonished. She felt more and more that Yi Xian wasn't ordinary. Thinking back, when Yi Xian was in the Ghost Tomb territory, he was only at the 4th stage of the spirit realm. Compared to now, the difference between him at that time was many times greater. Immediately, they split into two and began to search for the Vajra Corpse King. An hour before they left the sect of the God of Ghosts, the Vajra Corpse King had just destroyed this place, and they spent another hour on the road. Therefore, they were 2 hours behind the Vajra Corpse King. However, don't forget that the Corpse King Palace had a type of battle corpse called the Walking Corpse. Soon, the Vajra Corpse King found Yi Xian's original body. Brat, you dare to come back? See if I don't kill you today. Somewhere in the land of the dead, the topless Vajra Corpse King couldn't help but let out a low roar. Immediately, he rushed in a certain direction. At this time, Yi Xian was still searching in the distance and did not notice that danger was approaching. Fortunately, he still had the eyes of perception. Yi Xian, who was searching, suddenly sensed a powerful aura. This aura was outside his perception range, but because it was too powerful, he caught it in advance. This aura was very gloomy, and Yi Xian was very familiar with it. Found you, Vajra Corpse King. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately located the location. In the next moment, Yu Yu, Luo Luo, and his clone stepped through the void door. The clone and the original body instantly merged, and their strength soared by 50%. After the Gemini bloodline evolved several times, a double fusion would increase their strength by 50%, and a triple fusion would increase their strength by 60%. Therefore, Yixian usually fought with a double fusion. Is he here? Yu passed through the void door and came to Yixian's side. She felt the aura rushing in front of her, and she also became alert. Last time, they fought to a draw with the Vajracorpse King, but in fact, they lost. This time, she and Yixian were both in peak condition and must kill the Vajracorpse King that spread the plague. Soon, the Vajracorpse King appeared in front of the three. Little girl, why are you here? The Vajracorpse King asked in surprise after arriving. Just now, the Earth Zombies report said that there was only Yixian, but now there was another one? That day, Yixian joined forces with Yu and caused damage to the Vajracorpse King. If Yu hadn't been poisoned by the green corpse worm, she would have continued to pursue the Vajracorpse King. Vajracorpse King, how have you been? Yixian looked at the Vajracorpse King with a smirk. Last time, he couldn't kill the Vajracorpse King, but this time, he was in peak condition. Coupled with the cooldown of 10,000 swords, if the Vajracorpse King didn't die today, he would take off his head and kick it like a ball. Anyway, even if he took off his head and kicked it like a ball, he wouldn't die. After all, he had the Eye of Eternity bloodline. Little girl, stinking brat, you left early that day. Today, I will take revenge for that day. The Vajracorpse King roared in a deep voice. Today, he was the same as Yixian. He had the determination to win. Chapter 1071. Why is this Vajracorpse King so confident today? Yixian felt that something was amiss. If Yu hadn't been poisoned that day, they would have killed the Vajracorpse King. But today, they were in peak condition. Not only did the Vajracorpse King not escape, it even cursed at them. So, they had to be careful. Luo, find an opportunity to control it. We'll kill it in one strike. Yixian said to Luo in her mind. Yes, okay. Luo replied. When they passed through the void gate, Yixian had already hidden Luo in the abyss space so that he could launch a sneak attack. Although Luo was only at 7th grade spirit disaster, which was the same as Yixian had broken the Vajracorpse King's King. So, the Vajracorpse King wouldn't underestimate anyone now, even if they were at 1st grade spirit disaster. Both sides faced each other for a few seconds before they attacked at the same time. Whoosh! Yu took the lead and rushed over. She was using the swift specter steps that Yixian had given to the god of Ghost sect. Her speed was at least 30% faster than before. The Vajracorpse King's speed was already slower than hers. Now it was simply too slow. At the same time, Yixian also used the Eye of Dissection on the Vajracorpse King. The Eye of Dissection's dissection effect could break the Vajracorpse King. However, the Vajracorpse King had prepared a feast for Yixian and Yu right from the start. Come out! The Vajracorpse King roared. In the next moment, the ground cracked and countless earth zombies drilled out from the ground. What? Yu and Yixian were shocked when they saw this. The soil in the land of the dead was different from other places. Yixian's Eye of Revelation could only penetrate tens of thousands of meters, but these earth zombies were hidden deep. Accept the baptism of the green corpse poison, little girl. The Vajracorpse King laughed. At this moment, the earth zombies opened their mouths and spat out the green corpse worms in their bodies. These hundreds of green corpse worms were all targeted at Yu. Not good. Yixian's expression changed drastically. Although they had long known that there were walking corpses following them underground, they hadn't expected that there would be a green corpse worm planted in their bodies. If Yu was hit by so much poisonous fog, her spirit body would probably disintegrate in an instant. Yu's face darkened when she saw the green corpse worms coming from all directions. She glared and used her special blood eyes of extermination to destroy the green corpse worms from a distance. At the same time, a silver-white armor appeared around her body. 100 Ghost Armor. This 100 Ghost Battle Armor was given to the Ghost God sect by Yixian. As the name implied, this 100 Ghost Battle Armor was used to increase the defense of ghost spirits. The The higher the level of ghost spirits, the stronger the defense of the 100 ghost battle armor. Bang! 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 One by one, the green corpse worms exploded like balloons, and poisonous mist filled the air. After Yu took out the ghost armor, she immediately rose into the air and cleverly avoided the poisonous mist. She was a ghost spirit in the manifestation realm, after all. The 100 ghost armor's strength was beyond her imagination. This 100 ghost armor helped her block a large amount of poisonous fog. However, when she rushed out of the poisonous mist, the ghost armor was already full of holes from corrosion. Of course, Yu was also accidentally infected with some green corpse poison. It was much worse than before, but fortunately, it wasn't fatal. How is this possible? Little girl, you actually survived? The Vajra Corpse King couldn't help but exclaim. He had already planted all the green corpse worms into the bodies of these earth-walking corpses. In his plan, these green corpse worms could at least poison the ghost spirit's patriarch to death. He did not expect that even Yu, who had just broken through to the manifestation realm, could block it. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Yu wasn't infected with much green corpse poison. Fortunately, she had the ghost armor this time. Otherwise, Yu's spirit body would have disintegrated instantly. This green eerie corpse bug was seriously too terrifying. Damn it, I should have asked for more from the Green Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King cursed. These green corpse worms were refined by the Vajra Corpse King of the Corpse King Palace. They were only harmful to ghost spirits, and the damage was very high. Yu, are you alright? Yi Xian immediately rushed over and asked. I'm fine. I can neutralize it. Yu shook her head. She could neutralize the green corpse worm's poison with time, but with the Vajra Corpse King as her enemy, there was no time to neutralize it. However, the current Yi Xian's combat strength was much stronger than before. Myriad swords returned to origin, go. Yi Xian finally used his greatest trump card. In the blink of an eye, the Sky Quake sword split into thousands of sword images and flew towards the Vajra Corpse King. What the hell is this? The Vajra Corpse King's first reaction was that he had fallen into an illusion. But Yi Xian was only at the 7th grade spirit disaster, so how could he fall for it? Before Wei Zhentian advanced, there were only 100 swords. But now that Wei Zhentian had advanced, there were 1,000 swords. Thousands of 9th grade spirit disaster skyquake swords flew towards the Vajra Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King was instantly surrounded. Shortly after, the skyquake swords shuttled back and forth, emitting clanging sounds. The Vajra Corpse King was known for his defense, and he was the strongest Corpse King in the Corpse King Palace. Although the myriad swords' return to origin was strong, it couldn't break through his Vajra Corpse membrane. Therefore, he still needed to coordinate with Yi Xian's Eye of Disintegration. Clone! When the Skyquake swords attacked, Yi Xian split into two and ran on the ground. Brat, you're courting death. The Vajra Corpse King didn't care about the humiliation and threw a punch at Yi Xian. But in the next moment, his attack was blocked by a massive Skyquake sword. Spiritual Sword Array. Boom! 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 The Skyquake swords descended and surrounded the Vajra Corpse King, leaving behind dozens of holes. Eye of Disintegration. Yi Xian's original body and clone were constantly moving around, using the holes left behind by the Spiritual Sword Array to attack the Vajra Corpse King. His Eye of Disintegration could break through the Vajra Corpse King's Vajra Corpse membrane. As long as this membrane was broken, the Vajra Corpse King wouldn't be a match for him. Bastard! What the hell is this? Open for me! Within the Spiritual Sword Array, the Vajra Corpse King was constantly attacking the Skyquake swords, trying to break out of the Spiritual Sword Array. However, Wei Zhentian's defense had increased after his advancement, and with his 9th grade spirit disaster, his defense was probably stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. It was simply impossible for the Vajra Corpse King to break out of the Spiritual Sword Array. Buzz! Buzz! Chapter 1072. At this moment, 20 decomposition rays landed on the Vajra Corpse King's body, directly breaking through the Vajra Corpse King's upper body. It's about time. 10,000 swords returned to origin, rise. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the heaven-shaking giant sword shrunk completely. Seeing this, the Vajra Corpse King immediately punched at Yi Xian. But before the heaven-shaking giant sword shrunk, Yi Xian had already launched his attack. Ghost God Fist. Boom. The Vajra Corpse King was forced to counterattack. Although his Vajra Corpse King was gone, he was still a Manifestation Realm Corpse King. How could he die just like that? A wave of air swept out, but Yi Xian's next attack wasn't so simple. Eye of Glory. Yi Xian put on the glory set and pinched the air with his left hand. Golden Dragon Catcher Hand. The Vajra Corpse King couldn't dodge in time and was caught. Immediately, the golden true chi burned his skin, making sizzling sounds. The 5 fingers pierced into the Vajra Corpse King's body. Divine power, it's actually a divine power. The Vajra Corpse King was shocked. While he was surprised, another golden hand appeared. 2 golden hands held the Vajra Corpse King in the center of the palms. The Vajra Corpse King was burned by the golden true chi and was in excruciating pain. Bastard, if I break free, I'll skin you alive. The Vajra Corpse King cursed angrily as he fumed. You think you can break free? Dream on. Wei Zhentian, kill him. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Bush, bush, bush. Countless wind whistled as thousands of Megatron descended, instantly enveloping the Vajra Corpse King. Following that, crisp sounds rang out. This was the sound of the Vajra Corpse King's flesh being torn apart by the heaven-shaking swords. After the heaven-shaking swords swept past, the Vajra Corpse King's upper body had already disappeared, leaving a pool of flesh on the ground. It was a tragic sight. The Vajra Corpse King was dead. A mere Manifestation Realm Corpse King dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Yi Xian was very disdainful. However, speaking of the 10,000 swords returned to origin, the power had indeed increased by a lot. Who could withstand the baptism of over 1,000 heaven-shaking swordess? Ding! Host has completed the random mission of killing the Vajra Corpse King. The system prompted. The second round of the random mission was finally completed. Ding! The third round of the chain random mission has been triggered. Destroy the Corpse King Palace. Mission completed. Reward, Heavenly Eye Clan Bloodline Evolution once. The system notification sounded again. Is he really going to destroy the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had already expected the third round's random quest. The Corpse King Palace was one of the 2 overlords in the land of the dead. Needless to say, they had a strong foundation. Although it sounded very frightening, Yi Xian had just killed the Vajra Corpse King. That was the combat strength of a Manifestation Realm expert. If I didn't have the 10,000 swords returned to origin, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Vajra Corpse King. However, as long as I break through, then I have a greater chance of dealing with the Corpse King. Yi Xian thought to himself. He was about to pick up the Vajra Corpse King's yin and yang ring when a black object suddenly emerged from the Vajra Corpse King's body. Crack! This black shadow directly broke through the glorious armor and entered Yi Xian's body. What? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, he felt the true qi in his body solidify instantly. His wounds were rapidly rotting. Oh no! His expression changed drastically. He hurriedly put away the glorious armor and raised his hand to sweep his neck. Rip! His head flew up and landed on the ground with a grunt. His action also frightened Yu. Yu did not understand why Yi Xian wanted to commit suicide. However, just as she was about to dive down, she realized that Yi Xian's body was rapidly rotting. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's head was rapidly growing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian actually grew a new body. However, this body was completely naked, so Yi Xian hurriedly put on his clothes. Phew, that scared me to death. There's actually a deadly poisonous bug. Yi Xian hurriedly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, that poisonous bug only flew out after the death of the Vajra Corpse King. Previously, due to his cultivation level, his eye of insight was unable to see through it, but he was successfully ambushed by this poisonous bug. This poisonous bug was extremely poisonous. Even the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life could not do anything to it. Therefore, Yi Xian hurriedly cut off his head to survive. Fortunately, he had already activated the Eye of Eternity. Otherwise, his original body and clone would have perished this time. Young master, are you all right? Luoluo hurriedly asked. I'm fine. It didn't spread to my head. Yi Xian shook his head. This time, it was a close call again. Yu Yu also hurriedly rushed down. Right now, she was even more unable to see through Yi Xian. To be able to regrow his head after cutting it off was simply a miracle. However, this was Yi Xian's secret, so it was better for her not to ask. Your strength has already surpassed mine. I never thought that you would be so strong. Yu Yu couldn't help but say. No, I only used my trump card. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to kill the Vajra Corpse King. Yi Xian was still aware of his own strength. This time, if he did not have myriad returning swords, it would not have been possible. Although Luoluo had 100 layers of shackles, the difference in their realms was too great. Furthermore, the Vajra Corpse King knew how to use poison. It wouldn't be that easy to kill it. At this moment, Yi Xian quickly went over and picked up the universe ring. The Vajra Corpse King, as the Corpse King with the strongest defense in the Corpse King Palace, was still very rich. Ding! Host has broken through. Current realm is 8th grade spirit disaster. The system notification sounded. Right now, even if Yi Xian did not use myriad returning swords, he still had the qualifications to fight the Vajra Corpse King alone. He estimated that if he broke through again, no one in the land of the dead would be his opponent. There are actually many corpse worms inside. These corpse worms are refined using a special method with poison. They are not living beings. Yi Xian counted the spoils of war, but most of them were useless to him. When the time comes, he could just give them to the old antiques of the God of Ghosts sect to study. With the Vajra Corpse King killed, the second round of the random mission was completed. Thus, Yi Xian began to prepare for the third round of the random mission. Yu Yu, do you have any news of the other Corpse Kings? Yi Xian turned his head and asked. Yes, the Digging Corpse King is 3 days away from here. The White Bone Corpse King is 4 days away. Yu Yu glanced at the white bone token and replied. 3 days, 4 days, they are all so far away. Why don't we just kill our way to the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian frowned. Kill our way to the Corpse King Palace? Yu Yu's face was filled with shock when she heard that. Chapter 1073. Although Yi Xian had the strength to kill the Vajra Corpse King, the Vajra Corpse King was one of the weakest in the Corpse King Palace. It only had the strongest defense. For people of their level, the strongest defense was useless and could only be used as a meat shield. The two of them charged into the Corpse King Palace, which was extremely dangerous. Charging into the Corpse King Palace? That's great. I didn't even have the time to make a move in the previous battle and that damn thing was killed by the young master. This time I will have a good fight. Luoluo clamored by the side. With the help of treasures, she was about to break through to the 8th grade spirit disaster. At that time, her fighting strength would increase greatly and she might not be any weaker than Yu Yu. Since that's the case, let's go together. Yu Yu nodded her head. If the three of them worked together, as long as 3 Corpse Kings didn't appear at the same time, they wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The Corpse King Palace had already sent 5 Corpse Kings to the sect of the God of Ghosts to cause trouble. Now that they were heading to the Corpse King Palace, the possibility of them encountering 5 Corpse Kings wasn't high. Furthermore, Yi Xian had various shocking methods that were suitable for ambushes. If they encountered a Corpse King that was alone, they might be able to kill it, which was extremely beneficial to the sect of the God of Ghost. Immediately, Yu used the white bone token to send the news back to the sect of the God of Ghost. Shortly after, she followed Yi Xian and Luoluo to the Corpse King Palace. In the land of the dead, the sect of the God of Ghosts territory was incomparably eerie. As for the Corpse King Palace, it was extremely barren with poisonous swamps, plague lands, and mass graves. 3 days later, Yi Xian stepped into the Corpse King Palace's territory. In this place, it was best to travel by air, which was why their speed was a little slow. Now that the 10,000 returning swords cooldown is over and Luoluo has broken through to the 8th grade spirit disaster, as long as they don't come to the Corpse King Palace, I will kill them all. Yi Xian was extremely confident in his heart. Although these Corpse Kings were at the manifestation realm, They were already dead and couldn't use the manifestation realm's power. Therefore, their fighting strength was much weaker than a human manifestation realm. This was the reason why Yi Xian dared to kill his way into the Corpse King Palace. If the Corpse King Palace had a human manifestation realm expert, he would probably be able to fight the three of them. This time, they had entered the Corpse King Palace's territory and were now rushing towards it. "Young master, do you have a plan?" asked Luoluo's Luoluo. He was currently at 8th grade Spirit Disaster, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to control the Corpse King Palace Elder, who was at 9th grade Spirit Disaster. When the time comes, he would get the Corpse King Palace Elder to report that he found traces of Yu. Although 10,000 Swords Return to Origin had a cooldown of 3 days, being able to kill a Corpse King in 3 days was already very terrifying. In a month's time, the Corpse King Palace would be destroyed. Following that, Yi Xian spent another 3 days to arrive at the Corpse King Palace. Because Yu's aura was hard to conceal, it was easy to be discovered. Therefore, Yu and Luoluo were hiding somewhere else. The scale of the Corpse King Palace was extremely large, equivalent to a large city. There were countless living and dead people inside, and at the entrance of the Corpse King Palace, there were numerous sculptures. These were the sculptures of the Corpse King Palace's previous palace masters. At this moment, outside the Corpse King Palace. The Corpse King Palace is indeed powerful. With a single glance, I can see dozens of Corpse King Palace elders at 9th grade Spirit Disaster. If we can deal with all of them, Yi Xian licked his lips as he fantasized in his mind. As long as he annihilated the Corpse King Palace, he would definitely be able to break through to 9th grade Spirit Disaster. He might even be able to break through to the Manifestation Realm. Of course, breaking through to the Manifestation Realm from the 3 lesser sovereign disasters might require some sort of mission item. For the sake of the big picture, I should first control a 9th grade Spirit Disaster Elder. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he approached the Corpse King Palace. Beside him were 2 8th grade Spirit Disaster Battle Corpses. This way, no one would suspect his identity. As he approached with the 2 battle corpses, he coincidentally saw a 9th grade Spirit Disaster Elder coming out from the Corpse King Palace. What was even more coincidental was that this Elder of 9th level Spirit Disaster was actually not a living person. He was an Elder who had died many years ago. However, when he died, his corpse was brought back and refined into a battle corpse. Furthermore, he was successfully enlightened and recovered his memories. It's a coincidence. You'll be the one. Yi Xian did not say anything and immediately followed. Previously, his eye of control only controlled living people. This time, he was trying to control a dead person. He didn't know if he would succeed. If it didn't work, then he would directly kill it and treat it as an experiment. The Corpse King Palace was right in front of him, so Yi Xian did not dare to make a move. He followed the elder from afar and only made his move after half an hour. It's about time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he chased after the elder. The elder in front of him seemed to have noticed something. When he turned around, he immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. Burning eye. Brat, how dare you sneak attack an elder of the Corpse King Palace? I'm going to refine you into a battle corpse. The elder of the Corpse King Palace roared in his heart. It was fine if he didn't turn around because Yi Xian had to look into the elder's eyes to use his Heaven's Eye. Eye of Control. When Yi Xian saw that the burning eye was effective, he immediately used the Eye of Control. Ding. Control failed. The system notification sounded. Yi Xian and the elder of the Corpse King Palace were only 1 grade apart, but he actually failed to control it. The Corpse King Palace was indeed worthy of its name. He immediately used the Eye of Control once again. Ding. Control succeeded. When the system notification sounded, the killing intent in the Elder of the Corpse King Palace disappeared completely and he became Yi Xian's servant. After he succeeded, Yi Xian rushed over and took the interspatial ring without saying a word. How many Corpse Kings are there in the Corpse King Palace? Yi Xian asked. As far as I know, there are 8. The elder of the Corpse King Palace replied. 8 Corpse Kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Including the 5 Corpse Kings that entered the sect of the God of Ghosts territory, There were at least 13 corpse kings in the Corpse King Palace. Moreover, this was only a rough estimate because there might be more that the elder of the Corpse King Palace didn't know. How are the 8 corpse kings compared to the Vajra Corpse King? Yi Xian asked again. Among the 8 corpse kings, my father, the Chain Corpse King, is the weakest, but he is still stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. If they fight, the Chain Corpse King can seriously injure the Vajra Corpse King. The elder of the Corpse King Palace replied. What? Your father is the Chain Corpse King? Chapter 1074. Yi Xian was also speechless. The bait he randomly found turned out to be the son of a Corpse King. His luck was really good. However, the weakest Iron Chain Corpse King guarding the Corpse King Palace was actually stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. The Vajra Corpse King had the strongest defense among all the Corpse Kings. However, the strongest defense was actually useless, so he needed the help of other Corpse Kings, such as the corpse worms refined by the Green Corpse King. Who is the strongest Corpse King Palace right now? Yi Xian asked again. It's the Crimson Blood Corpse King. Elder Deadman replied. Crimson Blood Corpse King, huh? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian hurriedly collected information, such as the characteristics of these Corpse Kings. The Vajra Corpse King had the strongest defense. The Iron Chain Corpse King had a specially refined iron chain that could instantly turn a person into a charred corpse. The Green Corpse King specialized in refining corpse poison and was even stronger than the Iron Chain Corpse King. The Violent Bear Corpse King even merged with the bloodline of the quasi-heaven-reaching beast Bloodthirsty Violent Bear after its death, so it was the strongest among all the Corpse Kings. After Yi Xian finished listening to Elder Deadman's information, Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These Corpse Kings were each more ferocious than the previous, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Among them, the Corpse King Palace's current palace master, the Crimson Blood Corpse King, was close to the 2nd level of the manifestation realm, or perhaps had already reached it. I didn't expect the Corpse King Palace to be so strong. Perhaps there are still hidden Corpse Kings. If we want to destroy the Corpse King Palace within a month, we must hurry. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. This chain random mission was to destroy the Corpse King Palace. Although he didn't need to kill all the Corpse Kings, it was definitely not something he could do now to take down the Corpse King Palace. As long as I break through one more time, then it should be enough to ally with the God of Ghost sect. Yi Xian thought in his heart, then turned to Elder Deadman and said, You, go back and call your father out. Go to this place and say that you found the God of Ghost sect. Yes, master. Elder Deadman nodded and then returned to the Corpse King Palace. As for Yi Xian, he was prepared to wait here and follow them all the way. This time his target was the Iron Chain Corpse King, which was currently the weakest of all the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace. An hour later, Yi Xian sensed the return of the dead elder. At the same time, he brought along a Corpse King with him. The right hand of this Corpse King was a gray iron chain that was several meters long. According to his son, this iron chain was refined by the Corpse King for hundreds of years. It was almost comparable to a heavenly artifact. Yi Xian looked from afar and felt this powerful aura. His heart couldn't help but tremble. The big fish has finally taken the bait. Tisk, I'll kill you one day later. His eyes flickered as he watched the dead elder and the Iron Chain Corpse King approach. Father, he is the one who discovered the holy son of the God of Ghost sect, Elder Deadman said to the Chained Corpse King as he approached. Kid, are you sure he's the holy son of the God of Ghost sect? If you dare to lie to me, I will beat you to death. The Iron Chain Corpse King said to Yi Xian. Even a 9th-grade spirit disaster was like an ant in his eyes. He could kill them with a swing of his chain, not to mention Yi Xian, who was an 8th-grade spirit disaster. Lord Corpse King, it's true. The holy son of the God of Ghost sect is one day away from here. Yi Xian pretended to be very afraid. Very good, if I really find the holy son of Ghost sect, I will reward you greatly. The Iron Chain Corpse King's eyes lit up as he thought in his heart, Tisk, I don't know where the God of Ghost sect found such a good seedling. If she grows up in the future, she will be a great threat to my God of Ghost sect. If I kill her, I can ask for a Thunder Roll Stone from the Crimson Blood Corpse King. At that time, the power of the 100 crystal chain will increase by another level. Thank you, Lord Corpse King. Yi Xian hurriedly thanked. The Iron Chain Corpse King didn't talk nonsense and directly went to the location that Yi Xian told him. Killing the Holy Son of Ghost sect was a great merit. He naturally wouldn't tell the other Corpse Kings, so as to avoid getting a share of the benefits. After looking at his back, Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. He then directly broke through the void and met up with Yu Yu and the others. At this time, Yu Yu and Luo Luo were hiding in a desolate hill. When they saw Yi Xian's original body return, they immediately went forward. Young master, what fish is it? Luo Luo hurriedly asked. Iron Chain Corpse King, get ready. It will arrive in 2 or 3 hours. Yi Xian directly replied and merged with his avatar. A day's journey was only 2 or 3 hours for the Iron Chain Corpse King. Moreover, they stayed here and didn't leave, so the Iron Chain Corpse King didn't need to find them. As long as the Iron Chain Corpse King arrived, they would immediately take action. Although I have 10,000 swords returned to origin, there is still a possibility of failing to destroy the Corpse King Palace within a month. So, try not to use 10,000 swords returned to origin. Yi Xian thought in his heart. The strength of the Iron Chain Corpse King wasn't much. It could only seriously injure the Vajra Corpse King. After the battle with the Vajra Corpse King, he had already broken through to 8th grade spirit disaster. With Yu Yu and Luo Luo, killing the Iron Chain Corpse King shouldn't be a problem. In this case, he didn't need to use 10,000 swords returned to origin. Sure enough, the Iron Chain Corpse King didn't let Yi Xian down. More than 2 hours later, Yi Xian sensed a powerful aura. It's here. Yi Xian hurriedly reminded. After hearing this, Yu Yu also cheered up. As for Luo Luo, she was directly sent into Yi Xian's astral space. Soon, the Iron Chain Corpse King appeared. Haha, that brat really didn't lie to me. You little girl is really here. A loud laughter fell into Yi Xian and Yu Yu's ears. Iron Chain Corpse King? Yu Yu pretended to be surprised as she looked at the Iron Chain Corpse King. That's right. I heard that you stole a quasi-heaven connecting beast's corpse from my Corpse King Palace and then broke through to the manifestation realm. I didn't expect that you didn't return to the Divine Ghost sect and instead stepped into my Corpse King Palace's territory. You are courting death. The Iron Chain Corpse King looked as if he was going to eat her up. He didn't know that he had fallen into a trap. Previously, the Vajra Corpse King was scared away by Yi Xian and Luo Luo in the Divine Ghost sect's territory. This was a shameful matter, so it was impossible for the Vajra Corpse King to return to the Corpse King Palace. Therefore, it was impossible for the Iron Chain Corpse King to know that the Vajra Corpse King had fallen. He also didn't know that the Vajra Corpse King was killed by Yi Xian alone. Iron Chain Corpse King, you think you can kill me with just you? Yu Yu pretended to be calm. If it was a one-on-one battle, she, who had just broken through, naturally wouldn't be the Iron Chain Corpse King's opponent. But at this moment, the Iron Chain Corpse King obviously ignored Yi Xian, who was in the 8th grade spirit disaster. In this battle, the careless Iron Chain Corpse King would definitely die. Whether I can kill you or not, you will know once you try. Chapter 1075. Whether I can kill you or not, we will know once we try. The Iron Chain Corpse King did not talk nonsense and directly rushed towards Yu Yu. The Baiji iron chain in his hand was dragged on the ground, causing countless sparks. Although she had already set up a trap, Yu Yu did not dare to be careless because she heard that this Baiji iron chain is specially used to deal with spiritual bodies. When the Baiji iron chain hits a human body and a ghost, the latter will suffer more damage than the former. Therefore, Yu Yu directly took out her 100 ghost battle armor. Huff, Yu Yu used swift ghost steps and turned into a ghost as she rushed towards the Iron Chain Corpse King. Little girl, see if I don't kill you. The Iron Chain Corpse King approached Yu Yu and waved the Baiji iron chain in his right hand, causing countless electric sparks to fly. The air was filled with a burnt smell. However, Yu Yu's speed was extremely fast and easily dodged the chain. Annihilation Blood Eyes. Boom. The Iron Chain Corpse King was hit by Yu Yu's Annihilation Blood Eyes and immediately took a few steps back. However, the Corpse Kings in the Corpse King Palace are all focused on body refinement. Although their defensive power is not as good as the Vajra Corpse King, it is not weak. Just after the Iron Chain Corpse King was injured, his blood suddenly splashed out, mixed with some electric snakes. Zizi, the electric snakes rushed into Yu Yu's 100 ghost battle armor and immediately penetrated it. Yu Yu's spiritual body trembled fiercely after being electrocuted. Haha, once my body is injured, it will erupt with spirit-extinguishing lightning. The Iron Chain Corpse King laughed. Because the Iron Chain Corpse King rarely fought, not many people knew this secret, and it was even more impossible for Yu Yu to know. At this moment, Yu Yu quickly opened up a distance. Seeing this, Yi Xian could no longer hide and immediately rushed out. Brilliant eyes! The brilliant golden armor covered Yi Xian's body, and a golden light shone, which attracted the Iron Chain Corpse King's attention. Humph! Just a mere 8th-grade spirit disaster. The Iron Chain Corpse King did not put Yi Xian in his eyes. He smashed the iron chain in his hand on the ground, and electric sparks flew out from the ground. Zizi, Yu Yu couldn't dodge in time and was hit by another electric snake. She couldn't help but let out a groan. This lightning was the same as the previous green corpse poison, which could cause great damage to the spirit body. But in the next moment, the Chain Zombie King realized that he had underestimated Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly condensed a huge golden sword and slashed at the Chained Corpse King. Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword. The Tyrannical Emperor's Limitless Sword under the glorious set was much more powerful than before. This sword directly hit the Chain Corpse King into the ground. Bang! The Iron Chain Corpse King only felt a roar in his head, and the bones in his shoulders were piercing through his flesh. Suddenly, countless lightning flashed. Although it was said to be a trump card, it was not so easy to kill the Iron Chain Corpse King. However, this was only the beginning. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. Golden Dragon Capturing Hands. While the Iron Chain Corpse King was in a daze, Yi Xian hurriedly used his divine ability. 2 golden hands that were much stronger than before directly grabbed the Iron Chain Corpse King. Divine ability? The Iron Chain Corpse King was shocked. His body bloomed with lightning, and countless electric snakes rushed out. However, how could the Golden Dragon Capturing Hands be so easy to break free? This Iron Chain Corpse King is full of the power of thunder and lightning, and my Golden Dragon Capturing Hands was full of holes. Yi Xian was very surprised. The strength of this Iron Chain Corpse King was indeed much stronger than the Vajra Corpse King. If Yu Yu was beside this Iron Chain Corpse King just now, her spirit body would have been directly destroyed by the electric current. Fortunately, Yu Yu was already far away from this Iron Chain Corpse King. Luo Luo, kill him. Yi Xian dodged this crazy electric snake attack and then released Luo Luo. 100 layers Demon Fox Clone. 100 layers of shackles. Luo Luo directly used 2 consecutive strikes to trap the Iron Chain Corpse King. Her move was not weaker than Yi Xian's 2 Golden Dragon Capturing Hands, but it didn't have the attack power. However, the attack skill came later. 7 colors Demon Fire. Now Luo Luo can divide more than 30 True Chi clones, that is to say, more than 30 sets of 7 colors Demon Fire, smashing towards the Iron Chain Corpse King. One by one, the Demon Fire entered the Iron Chain Corpse King's body. In the next moment, a 7-color light appeared, directly covering the thunder light. Bang! With a rumbling sound, the Iron Chain Corpse King was blown to pieces. This scene also caused Yi Xian to be dumbstruck. This power, isn't it a bit too strong? Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He thought he would have to add a few more Demon God Fists, but he didn't expect Luo Luo to directly blow the Iron Chain Corpse King to death. After the death of the Iron Chain Corpse King, a powerful energy surged out of its body and erupted again. Boom! Another round of electric snakes flew, but Yi Xian had already hidden Luo Luo in the secret space, and he and Yu Yu also hid far away. The Iron Chain Corpse King was blown to death by Lualua's 7 colors Demon Fire, and it didn't even leave behind a last word. If it was hit by Lualua's attack, even a true manifestation realm expert would be seriously injured. When they fought the Vajra Corpse King, Luo Luo didn't participate because her realm was too low. Looking at the thunder light in front of them gradually weakening, Yi Xian also quickly rushed over. Fortunately, the explosion didn't destroy the universe ring, or else Yi Xian would definitely smack Luolua's butt. There are a lot of things, but I'm still far from breaking through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly, then immediately walked over and picked up the 100 times iron chain, turned around and said, Luo, this iron chain might be useful to you. Well, this iron chain corpse king fused it into its right hand. It's a bit disgusting, I'll keep it first. Luo reluctantly accepted it. Her 100 times shackles was a rank 3 supreme spiritual artifact. If she changed it to this chain, its effect might be doubled. Now, Yi Xian's group of 3 killed a corpse king, and Yi Xian didn't use myriad returning swords, so they might be able to continue. How are you? Yi Xian turned around and asked. It's nothing serious, I just need to repair my spiritual body. Yu shook her head. Just now she was hit by the electric snakes a few times, and her spiritual body was damaged. As for how to repair it, she naturally had to use the ghost fetus. Then let's rest for a day. Yi Xian replied. Anyway, the time limit of the mission to destroy the Corpse King Palace was 1 month, but he only spent a few days. If they were to kill a Corpse King every day, then even if the Corpse King Palace had 20 Corpse Kings, it wouldn't be enough to kill. Yi Xian still had enough super devouring crystals, so Yi Xian exchanged some items for Yu, increasing her strength and safety. A day later, the cooldown of the tyrannical emperor's infinite sword and the 100 times shackles was over, and Yu's spiritual body had long been repaired. Chapter 1076. You two continue to wait here, I will lure another corpse king out. Yi Xian said to Yu and Luo. The 2 women nodded one after another. Immediately, Yi Xian's main body broke through the void and directly came to the place where he controlled the dead elder. The dead elder has been guarding here, and when he saw Yi Xian coming, he hurriedly greeted him. There should be 6 more corpse kings in the Corpse King Palace, you go lure one out. Yi Xian said to the dead elder. The dead elder was the son of the Chain Corpse King, but now that the Chain Corpse King was killed by Yi Xian, and he was controlled by Yi Xian, there was no way for him to take revenge. Yes, master. The dead elder nodded in response and left directly. There were originally 7 corpse kings in the Corpse King Palace, but now that the Chain Corpse King is dead, there are only 6 left. Of these 6 corpse kings, except for the Crimson Blood Corpse King, Yi Xian has no confidence in dealing with them. The other 5 are not a problem. Soon, in less than an hour, the dead elder came back again. However, this time around, he had brought back 2 people. 2 corpse kings? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Of these 2 corpse kings, one is wearing a green robe, and the other is burly, at least 2 meters tall. Before, he told the dead elder not to call the Crimson Blood Corpse King. As for the other corpse kings, calling 2 of them is not a problem. As for these 2 corpse kings, Yi Xian recognized them at a glance. Green Corpse King. Violent Bear Corpse King. Green Corpse King is an expert in refining poisonous insects in the Corpse King Palace. The green corpse worm and the deadly poisonous insects hidden in the diamond body were all made by him. His strength is above the Chain Corpse King. After the Violent Bear Corpse King died and was refined into a Battle Corpse King, it fused with the blood of the Bloodthirsty Bear Corpse King to strengthen its physique. It can penetrate the Diamond Corpse King's defense with 1 punch and directly injure it. Although the Diamond Corpse King has the strongest defense, its strength is the weakest existence, ranking 3rd. As for the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King, they were ranked 6th and 8th respectively. The dead man elder brought the 2 corpse kings and rushed towards Yi Xian. Elder Shin, is this the brat who brought the information? The 2-meter-tall Violent Bear Corpse King glared at Yi Xian and said, Yes. Elder Dead Man nodded. Kid, other than the ghost spirit Holy Sun, who are the other 2? The Violent Bear Corpse King asked again. It seems to be Gui Li and Gui Feng. Yi Xian answered without thinking. Previously he had told Elder Dead Man that if he brought 2 people with him, he would bring 2 ghost spirits' sects ancestor ghost spirits with him. As for the Ghost Li and Ghost Wind he mentioned, they were the ghost spirits patriarchs of the sect of the God of Ghost. So it's that old fellow Ghost Li. In the battle more than 10 years ago, we were evenly matched. This time, I will definitely beat him up until his soul scatters. The Violent Bear Corpse King squinted his eyes. Yi Xian subconsciously glanced and found that there were corpse worms in the violent bear corpse king's body. Not only that, even the gloves on the violent bear corpse king's hands were smeared with poison. In that case, leave Gui Feng to me. As for the ghost spirit Holy Sun, leave it to the chain corpse king. The green corpse king suddenly revealed a sinister smile. If the ghost spirit Holy Sun, Gui Li, and Gui Feng could be successfully killed, it would be a huge blow to the sect of the God of Ghost. At this time, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King did not have the slightest doubt because the Chain Corpse King had already gone, and it was the Chain Corpse King who informed them. After all, there were 3 of them. Immediately, the Green Corpse King and the Violent Bear Corpse King rushed towards the place mentioned by Elder Dead Man. You did a good job. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he directly broke through the void and left this place. Young master, who is it this time? When Yi Xian landed, Luo Luo immediately greeted him. Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King. Yi Xian directly replied. Green Corpse King. When Yu heard this name, her body trembled because almost all of her injuries were related to the Green Corpse King. Don't worry, this time I will directly use my trump card to kill them. Yi Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This time, there were 2 corpse kings. In order to be safe, it was better to use his trump card. After all, as long as these 2 corpse kings were killed, there would only be 4 corpse kings left in the Corpse King Palace. Including the 5 that entered the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost, there would only be 9 corpse kings left. The return of 10,000 swords only had a cooldown time of 3 days. In less than half a month, the Corpse King Palace would be destroyed. Soon, 2 hours later, 2 auras stepped into Yi Xian's sensing range. They're here, let's go. Yi Xian, who was sitting quietly on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 golden lights burst out from his eyes. The next moment, his whole body was wrapped in the brilliant golden armor. Since he was going to show his trump card, there was no need to talk nonsense. At the same time, this time, Yu may not need to make a move. In an instant, Yi Xian directly rushed out. The reason why he did not make a move 2 hours ago was because he was too close to the Corpse King Palace. He was afraid that he would attract other Corpse Kings. Now, he was far enough from the Corpse King Palace, and the battle had only lasted a few seconds, so he was not afraid. Return of 10,000 swords, go! Yi Xian directly threw the Skyquake sword in his hand. The Skyquake sword immediately flew forward, like a flock of geese, towards the 2 figures in front. What? The Green Corpse King and Violent Bear Corpse King were shocked. They had just sensed Yu's aura, and the other party had already made a move. Wasn't this reaction a little too fast? However, they soon found out that the one who ambushed them was not the Ghost Spirit Ancestor, nor was it the Ghost Spirit Saint, but an 8th grade Spirit Disaster Brat. You dare to use such a small trick to deal with us? The Violent Bear Corpse King was filled with disdain. Facing the thousands of Skyquake swords, he directly sent a palm strike towards them. A bear-like attack was sent out, directly hitting the hundreds of Skyquake swords. However, the Skyquake swords were still top-grade sovereign spiritual treasures. After being pushed back a little, they continued to rush towards the 2 Corpse Kings. Return of 10,000 swords was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. With thousands of Skyquake swords flying out, even a Manifestation Realm expert with the power of Manifestation Realm would not dare to underestimate them. As for the Violent Bear Corpse King and Green Corpse King, and even the Ghost Spirit Saint Yu, they could not be considered as Manifestation Realm experts. They could only be considered as pseudo-Manifestation Realm experts. Thousands of Skyquake swords immediately surrounded the 2 Corpse Kings. In just a single exchange, the Violent Bear Corpse King and Green Corpse King felt a huge pressure. Old Bear, retreat.